stars below. Breathes the flames from the dying suns. And lives to wake the dying ones. The dying inside this world, there is no way back to forgiveness.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the semi-finals of Aegis EMEA Legends of Runeterra League. I'm Zero, and I'm here with Enyamur. What's up, Enyamur?
Yo, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. There's going to be a lot of good games here. We've got some great talent. Most of the elites playing, and the playoffs are going to be stacked for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I completely agree. Especially since this week we have the pleasure of cast a series like Super Sprout versus 2.5 Men, two incredible teams that have ended the season so far and ending up in semifinals. So a very good season for them so far. They kept winning and winning and winning, but now only one of them will advance to the finals of the AGCMEA League. 12 Men, of course, the Spanish team with Sir Donald, Penas, and Sergio Vamos. Everyone there is a very, very experienced player. They have all veterans, basically that have at least played in seasonal top cut, of course, in top 32. But they have also one seasonal champion in Penas. And on the other side, we see Super Sprout that has Sokoi, Goyu the D, and Owi, basically three super super good players, all very strong ladder performance. Of course, Goyudedi, famous for having at the same time first and second spot in EMEA ladder last season, and of course Owi as well, seasonal champion, and Sokui, another super good French player.
Yeah, we have a lot of good players here. From the Spanish, like with EU Masters, we have the whole team from the Spanish side, and they won as well. And then we also have like seasonal champions. Pinus, as you said, and Oli are also really good. I think Oli plays control almost impeccable, really. And then you have like really high end players like Gouda, who's just good on almost the best deck you could throw at him. They'll play it at the best possible level.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And we can switch to take a look at some of the decks that our players have brought to us today. And we start with Goide Diz Zoe Aphelios Victor. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, so we've got the typical Zoe Aphelios package here, but we're running one Victor. If you don't know how this deck works, it's pretty simple. It's a tempo deck that has a lot of possibility to basically make huge tempo swings to find possible damage. There's a dog in the background. I don't know if you hear that. I apologize. But we have free winding light to really tap it off. And then with that, we've basically just got burn to try and end the game, right? Because like we have a lot of good mid-range units, but not all the time. They're not always gonna, produce basically they're not gonna give you consistent damage basically. So that's why you have like get excited to try and end the game.
Yeah, and if that's not enough, you still run one off of Celestial Trifecta to go and scout and and invoke for some big Celestial unit or even little ones, but maybe, elusive, uh, to get the last damage that you need to finish the game. I really like this version though, because it runs one off of Victor instead of one off of Vi, and it's very, very interesting. What's the reasoning behind this choice? What do you think, anymore?
I think it's just trying to solo more early, and it also helps you with bad matchups quite well. Vi, she can be quite a good pressure target, but the thing is, like, Victor is just better into control and it can snowball more. So it gives you a bit more leeway. It means you can kind of play it better with Lightning White. It means you can play it better with Aphelios. It means that you don't need to use these Lunari Dustbringers in a way to try and help Aphelios to be, leveled. And that's really important because if you don't do that, you can kind of winding light on turn 6. And with a lot of matchups, that's very important, especially in the mirror.
Yeah, I agree. Of course, this is one of the decks that has risen to popularity since the last patch, one of the strongest decks in tournament setting that we have seen during the last few weeks. And of course, very, very good choice for Gilded D. And on the other side, from 2.5 Man, we see this deck that Paynas brought us, that is a Bard Poppy deck, very, very aggressive. I think it's the list from Prodigy, if I'm not mistaken, or at least a very, very similar to the list that he used to make rank 1 yesterday. And we see very, very aggressive. Of course, Poppy, the list with Bar Poppy, of course, different from the list with Galio because of its early aggression, because of also the need to eye roll in many situations, some of the chimes on your units, and of course on the Poppy. Potentially to let Poppy buff everything, since of course she is now only a 2/3 and she's not gonna buff on the first swing any 3 attack units. Very, very strong. We see only one copy of Shield of Durand to protect your units, one copy of Rangers to solve, so the opponent has to play around it if they play, for example, an ETF, and they have to play around it when they start to burn down your units and to try and mass remove your board. Very, very interesting the thing that we see one copy of Relentless Pursuit to have more rallies and flip this Poppy faster. What do you think about this list, anymore?
Yeah, so like you said, it's the Prodigy list. The big tell is that extra rally. And this is a lot aggressive, well, more aggressive than the Galio version. We've got the Poppy there, basically, kind of hard solo carrying here with those rallies. Because the problem with the Galio version is it doesn't really do much till like turn 7 till turn 8, right? It's really fair. But when you add Poppy, it gives you this really good win con that has to be answered. And at the end of the day, she can just snowball.
Yeah. And of course, very, very good insight by this graphic that's been sponsored for us by Runeterra AR. Of course, uh, a website where you can track when you can see your opponent's deck, where you can see potentially decks that are very, very high in meta, where you can check out the most prominent lists and try to climb yourself with them. Just copy them, paste them on your deck collection, and try them out. And meanwhile, I think we are gonna hop into the first best of 3 of the day, which is gonna be Goyo D versus Sir Donald, and we can take a look at those lineups.
Yeah, this is a really interesting lineup from Sir Donald and Gouda Daddy. Sir Donald here on Ari Bard. If you don't know this deck, it's kind of popped off here, mainly popularized by Fair Jordans, and a lot of people in the America scenes have been picking it up because it has insane matchup tables. Looks like it's really good here into almost the whole field. Can beat Aphelios quite well, can beat Viego quite well, and can beat Sion pretty decently if they don't have an aggressive hand. Goody Daddy, on the other hand, kind of gone for an interesting route, more mid range. Looks like they're trying to target aggro, and it's definitely going to look like a great set.
Yeah, especially since a deck like feeds Riven super aggressive in the sense that it can literally OTK you in one single swing with like double might and such. Super strong, especially against those slower decks that have like very big removal, but they cannot afford to commit them into feeds because you're just gonna have ways to save him anyway, and you just get OTK'd in one single swing. But it suffers a lot challenger units. And we see Goida D as ways to challenge the Fizz, as way to remove the Fizz over and over again with the Vi in both deck lists, and of course with the Chompers if they get buffed. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how the matchup actually pans out. And what do you think Goida D is gonna ban?
Um, I'll be honest, I have no idea. Good Daddy is like one of the type of people who just brings good decks, right? So basically, all their matchups are gonna be like 50-50s. So I don't really have a good matchup table brain at the moment. So yeah, it's dependent on what they feel comfortable with and what they're kind of leaning towards as a strategy.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe, and I don't know how much experience Good D has into the matchup. Maybe you go and ban the Ari Bard just because it's not like the most played deck you're gonna face off against in ladder. It's not yet super played, so you may not have the enough experience to face it in a tournament setting. I don't know if I would take the risk, but instead he just goes and ban maybe the best deck that Sir Donald brings, for sure the most consistent in the Victor Aphelios Zoe.
Yeah, I really agree with this brand because it looks like on Sir Donald's end they're really trying to target Viego. All these matchups are almost 60% favored. Ari Bard maybe even higher. And then Gouda Daddy, depending on the ban here, is gonna be left up with like a deck that's decent into Fizz Ruin and can potentially struggle into Ari. Not horrible, but maybe a bit better into Ari than it was with the mirror on Aphelios Victor.
And of course, if you can, you try to avoid the mirror because, as we know too much well, mirrors are basically just Udro's better wins.
Yeah. So the mirror is really interesting as well. Very tempo heavy. I actually saw my fellow teammate Spids play it pretty well yesterday in the American playoffs, and it kind of comes down to winding light. But if you can get that dust pedal on 6 and remove their board so they don't have any tempo after, you're kind of winning the game. So yeah, hand states matter, but also small micro things like that can really swing the game.
Very interesting. And on the other side, also Sir Donald bans the V Aphelios Zoe. For sure, a deck to be feared. If both players bans it, like it means that it's a very strong list. You don't want to face it, especially with the decks that you brought into your lineup. You probably knew that it was gonna be banned from your side as well, so you're just gonna remove a very powerful list from your opponent as well. And this way, we talked about this. Now you have a pretty favorable matchup into Viego. What's the matchup though into Driven Scion for Sir
Uh,
Donald?
so on stats, Fizz Riven is slightly favored, but I kind of disagree. I think Draven Scion, especially if it's the 2 Vi vision or even 1 Vi, can have quite the leeway against Fizz Riven. You can be pretty aggressive here and you just race them to a point where they don't actually have their power turns, right? Because they can't really pressure development and like go something like a Fizz to Papercraft. And you also have elusive, so you kind of need to go wide. But they also go wide, so it's a very hard matchup.
I'm also very interesting to see if the course of me being in broadcast and every team when I'm in broadcast doing 3-0, it's gonna be lifted today because literally every time I casted both EMEA and America, during this edition of this edition, like during playoffs, like all teams have always clean swept. So it was kind of like a curse because we didn't get to see more players playing. And I'm really, really interested to see if today we get something more than just a clean sweep.
Yeah, it depends. I know 2.5 men are like elite with strategy, so they've probably have an idea how to crack the format. But also saying that they've probably cracked the format to a point where they know they don't need a Frio, right? They probably like set up a lineup which is good to start off, and then they have another lineup that kind of partners it. So if that does lose, they're basically beating the opponent's good matchups into that. Pretty good strategy. I don't know if that's what they're doing today, but I wouldn't be surprised if something like that's going to be happening here.
Mhm. Especially, I'm super interested to see like Mono Viego Shurima coming back to the meta after basically the ladder being dominated by the Noxus Shadow Isles version. And yes, we have seen Noxus Shadow Isles, of course, Viego Elise Katarina being played in tournaments, and a lot of that. But I'm very, very interested to see also this version, I think most likely because of Quicksand, being preferred in this kind of setting.
Yeah, I so this has just been absolutely great. It almost has no bad matchups besides something like aggro. And the problem with triple aggro lineups is you can't play any in all your decks, and then your aggro decks are just bad. So this right now has really good matchups. It's not really polarizing into anything, which is weird. It's just solid. It's really, really solid into almost everything.
Yeah, and we are just waiting for our players to start the game to get into the first match of this best of three. Ooh. Do you think there can be any edge for both Sir Donald and Goodedy depending on what they start with?
No, we talk about this all the time, and I really don't think so. Mathematically, it's gonna be
Yeah.
the same thing. Sir Donald looking to beat up Viego. Uh, the problem with Viego here is sometimes it just starts too slow. You have decks that can really punish that with just high pressure turns. And then Sion on the other hand, like you don't really care if they pick up a win just because I think Sir Donald's just super happy seeing this Viego.
Yep. They have two very favorable matchups against the Viego. And yeah, as you mentioned, like mathematically, it doesn't really matter what you do first. I think it only does matter if you win the matchup you are not supposed to. You know, because at that point, the opponent also takes a huge mental loss. Like it is also, you got a huge mental advantage, and you can go and win the matchups like you are advantaging. But in theory, that shouldn't happen. So Gary D cues first the Driven Scion B list, while Sir Donald starts with his fired Ari.
Yeah, and Sir Donald here not having the best hand, no one drop against Sion. Quite crucial against aggro. The one drop will really swing the matchup almost into Ari's favor here. Uh, Picks up the Emus, something you don't want to see. You have to either play this or the Ari, and it's just quite slow at the moment. Gouda Daddy here, pushing 4 damage. Emus could block here and push only 3, but this hand is already shaping up to be quite the pressure play from Gouda Daddy in the later rounds.
Yeah, especially since from the side of Sir Donald, we didn't see our one drop. We didn't see the 1/1 elusive, the droplet that would help a lot. This kind of deck list, like drawing more into more cards, allowing for you to play also the Navori, the Navori elusive, and have a much more power on the board in the moment. While this for Sir Donald, it's starting to shape like a very, very difficult match, especially since we see the fearsome units that are gonna come down, especially this 4-3 super strong that's gonna hit uncontested the Nexus of Sir Donald.
Yeah, and this looks quite bad for Sir Donald here. You can't recall anything here. They're just going to simply go Emus into the Ari and make it a free. Not horrible. If Ari flips, that means you're pushing a bit more damage. But right now, a bit too slow. The Highwayman here is a good pickup though. if they do develop, it means you get +2 and you're almost back in the game to stop a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Time for the moneymakers.
But Gouda Daddy, yeah, being really smart, being attentive, puts the spinning axe on the Poro and just says, hey, this 2-mana unit is gone. I'm going to be super aggressive here and make you pay for that.
Yeah, it pushes more damage, of course, one potential more damage next turn. Even I think the Asmus wouldn't have gone blocking anyway. And now you can just grab the Ari. You don't develop. You just like you don't need to develop more. The opponent can just play 1 unit, 2 units if they play, of course, the Navori Iwan, and after that you're just gonna be able to swing for at least 6 damage in.
Yeah, this is one of the problems with the Ari Bard deck. There's really good matchups right now because basically majority of people aren't playing aggressive decks like this, and we're seeing right now how Gouda Daddy is just pushing almost, what, 7 damage here on turn 4. And it wasn't even a struggle. It was like, you're going for a walk and you just casually deal 7 damage here. Not only that, but removing one of the most prioritized units in the game. Losing that Ari is just going to feel so bad for Sir Donald.
Yeah, I'm thinking about some possible plays to take less damage, like recalling some of our units, like for example with the Oncoming, but of course we need Oncoming to answer Sion, we need Oncoming to answer the lethal declaration that's gonna come for sure in the next few turns from Goyu the D.
I go where the
And now
And
we
this
can
is a
develop.
misplay. It's quite sad because they kept the... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say a misplay, but they were forced to trade the other Highwayman. So don't mind me. But yeah, no, this was the correct play, replaying the Ari here. It's just sad that you couldn't have the other Highwayman. So Gouda Daddy realizing that was really, really well done as well. Just forcing you not to get an extra blocker here.
Yeah, we don't even draw into more of our chimes, even though we only have like 2 units in hand. Both of the units, if they had a chime on their own, would be pretty powerful. But we draw the third Ari. So now we have a way to remove at least this Draven.
Yeah, oh, this Bard, saying this Bard to be only a blocker is not what you want. Bard usually gets played later. That's the thing. Like, you normally don't actually play Bard till it's flipped because you have a lot more priority to do. But yeah, you're in a spot here where you need to try and just hope that they're not really on a damage hand and you need to trade down. But Gouda Daddy, being a good player, I don't think is going to care any amount of this damage, but we will see.
steps into moon.
Yeah, I mean, Gudedi knows that in theory is the beatdown, so he doesn't need to care about taking damage here. He just does need to care about making damage, dealing damage, forcing Sir Donald to block and trade down his units, and if he can, just take the more value trade that you can take to finally swing in with Pharaoh, or just finish the game with double decimate.
Yeah, and talking about finishing the game here, we're gonna see the spinning axe that will get the chompers out, and we're pushing a lot of damage. We're gonna pull 2 of them there. We're gonna push 3, 5. We're gonna push 4, 6 damage here, potentially. These 2 Hokers will be on the backhand though.
Yeah, and I think here, if you're Sir Donald, I don't think we can afford going down to 3. Like, you can never afford going that low against a deck that runs so much burn, and you know it. So we probably are going to see the first Homecoming declared here, just to remove the Draven from the board, just to give us some more chances to get the better of this Draven Sion list.
Right, we have to basically put them on a understanding of maybe not enough burn here. Have to play one of these Hokus though. We don't really care about trading off our Ari because we somehow drew 3 of them this game. The Telstones here is also a pretty decent pick. Just for healing, like you're saying, we're pretty scared about that. But if we get a tiny bit more healing, we can definitely find a comeback. We pushed a lot of damage last turn, respecting this point where we wanted to push more damage as Gouda Daddy. It does leave Ari up to a potential to push elusives later in the next 2 turns if Gouda can't, keep up this pressure.
Yeah, now we're just gonna see probably the Draven developed again instead of Gouda just to get one more axe, just to get access also to the second Lost Soul discarded. Ooh. This is gonna be an hectic turn 7 because Sir Donald has like 2 turns, I think, 2 turns to declare lethal. Because already on the next attack turn for Gouda D, he's gonna develop the Pharon. And yeah, of course, you can homecoming it, but after that, like 2 decimates are gonna be your death, basically.
Yeah, and Gouda Daddy here just being efficient. Knows basically if I put you on 4, this decimate's gonna hit you on the face eventually. Sir Donald here still has outs. Not only do they have outs, but they have quite a decent potential to win.
Ooh. Okay. 1 chime on each unit. We got 1 chime on the elusive and 1 chime on the Highwayman. So
Interesting.
okay, we might also play sign. Okay, because we have to declare lethal at best. Okay, our last chance to declare lethal will be turn 9 open attack.
Yes. I think just going off my own Ari instincts, I would have liked to play the Navori into the other Navori and just go a bit wider while also getting a decent amount of recalls. That means I can kind of keep up with the board while having a potential to block that elusive. Because I know I don't want to go down to 2, right? So I need to do something like that. They do have like chompers though, so there's a bit of a problem. But this homecoming is potentially going to be a lot clutcher than you'll think.
Yeah, I mean we have access to double homecoming, no? Because we also have the tailstones.
Yes, we do. But we only really need to use one Hoko right now if they go open, and then we can keep up the Ionia Telstones if needed.
Yeah, of course, if they go open, you can do that. I don't know if Good D. Let's see if he is gonna develop his Pharon. That will give him at least in theory like a theoretical lethal. And yes, this is Pharon. So Sir Donald has 1 open attack to win the game.
Right here. Basically, Good Daddy saying, hey, I don't really care what you have. If you have double homecoming, I'm still pushing a lot of damage. Because this basically puts them on 2, right? And then you can just Mystic 4 lethal. And so I don't think Pseudo really has a way here, right? The Maker's not big enough. We don't really even matter if we go a Highwayman here. Then the Vori is bad. This looks like game.
The only thing you can do, like I think there is only one thing that you can do, which is recall the Poro. Okay, you have the Maker, and you can play the Maker into recall one of the Poro. But this, of course, it's with us having, of course, full vision of everyone at sand. The only way you don't die this turn is that if you recall the Poro. And then you have exact mana to do that, but you don't have exact
You
mana.
don't, yeah. You don't actually have exact mana to do double homecoming here, so you're in a bit of a pickle. Goes for the line on the chompers here. Interesting. Means that we can still block with the bard, but we're still pushing 1 damage, and then we've got the elusives here. Are we on 1? We're on 1 on Sir Donald's side if this is the case. And then you're still playing around an extra burn, but the other chompers comes out, and it doesn't even matter here. You know, recalling this was so heads up, but you get, you know, kind of lost in the source if they have another discard, and they do. This removes that potential for Bard to actually block, and we just have 2 threats here that's pushing lethal damage. This Hoko now becomes irrelevant because you need 2 of those.
Yeah, and of course we know it. We have only 8 mana, not 9. And with the Telson, yeah, you have versatility, but you have to pay 1 more mana to get that second oncoming, and you don't have enough. You cannot win the game based off that, and it's gonna be GG for the first game of this series for Gouda D. And we said that in deck selection. Gouda D can win with his Draven Sion. Sir Donald doesn't care that much. But from now on, Sir Donald has to win every single game.
So this is yeah. So we Hoko here. we're still dealing 3+2, and then we have the Mystic in hand. So yeah, this is good game. Should Donald there doing the right play on the Maker, saying, hey, I have to have you not on chompers, and you had top deck outs to actually still win this game here. Because you level up Arya this way, in your following turns, and you could Fred and lethal yourself. So really smart from Sir Donald, but it's just not enough. And this play wouldn't have been possible if Goody Daddy didn't Mystic last turn, right? Because he Mystic last turn, this gives you enough mana this turn to follow up the Mystic.
Yeah, Gilded of course played perfectly here. Literally playing in mana efficiency, playing in unit efficiency. Exact lethal from him is not gonna be denied. Sir Donald doesn't have any Nopify to stop this, and this is just gonna be GG for game 1.
GG indeed. Really well played from Gouda. I couldn't have done it myself as good. Ari Bard, that list is really confusing to me. Very standard. It looks like you controlled F, but besides that, it happens. They didn't have one drop, so Gouda Daddy just kind of steamrolled.
Yeah, and now what we're gonna see is most likely, I think, Fitzriven against this Ari Bard again. Ooh, no, Gudedi decides to actually, okay, we don't run we run the Viego, and we run the Fitzriven, yes, on the side of Sir Donald. So this should be a very good matchup for Sir Donald. I think it's like 60+% win rate for Fitzriven.
It should be. Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, but we don't see Fitz in end. And as I say that, the other primary win condition, the Papercraft Dragon, is just drawn in the end of Sir Donald. Okay, so we can push a lot of damage here. Give it the not really seeing some of his early game cards. For example, the 1-drop, the 2/1 that gives you access also to the Sentinel Charger. That would have been a very, very good 1-drop to start the game with, just because you can actually block the Librarian and not let the opponent draw into more of their spells. And yeah, this Riven is gonna be a very great threat next turn.
Yeah, we're speaking about aggression here, and that's kind of what it is at the start. Sir Donald gets that cheeky spell drawn from the Librarian. And the hand looks quite good. We got Conch here for refill. We don't have Grandfather Faye, unfortunately, but Gouda Daddy has the problem with what most Viego Mono Streamer decks have, and that is not having units early. We do run a lot of those Treasure Seekers, like you say, but sometimes you don't find them, and if you can go wider, you're just going to pressure so much that your end game is going to just be so much easier for you.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I really like the list that Sir Donald is playing. Like, no Lantern for him. And I really like the version without the Lantern, because I think it's much more aggressive, can be just focused on all this aggression and playing more spells. You don't run actually 3 units that in this list are not the greatest draw. If you're talking about like Aphelios feeds, yes, they are super great because they allow you to play basically infinite units every round. But here you don't have as many Fez, and I think they are a little bit of a brick.
Yeah, so I'm kind of on the other side here. I think Lantern is great. I honestly think it makes the power level of the deck almost to what Aphelios Fizz was. And I think this Trinket Trade version is slightly better to control, more power spiky, but you lose just the raw power from basically getting free mana over and over again.
Yeah, that's true. But this list, I think it's more committed to what the deck does best. Like getting OTKs against control, just killing them in one single swing. Like you're playing 2 more spells basically to save the feeds just with Trinket Trade. Just 1 mana to get 1 more out, potentially 1 more Wallop, 1 more anything to get the damage go through. And I think we might see actually why I think this list is so strong. Like for example, here go the okay, Sir Donald might decide to also swing in with the Riven because you're always pushing 3 damage.
Not only this, but it has vulnerable, and we're playing around Quicksand. Quicksand looks quite good here. Almost a hungry hippo moment from Gouda Daddy. Gonna take up some value trades and be quite well against this board. But we can't really deal with the 4-4, right? The 4-4 is a bit awkward. We don't want to put the whole quicksand on the Librarian. And we're going for more of the value trade route to try and get back in this game.
The problem for Goda, though, is that he doesn't have any other unit now to enable the Viego. Because yes, next turn you can just drop the Viego down, but if you don't find any other follower to play, like Viego is just gonna be there without any activation tool.
So I do agree. I think we're talking about this quicksand, right? I actually like
Yeah.
sacking my 3-3 into the 3-1, quicksanding the Librarian, and then we can play Viego and just value trade into the Riven. This means they're not getting one extra spell, and it also means we're threatening to kill the Riven. However, there is consequences from that, and that's attach, right? If they attach on their Riven, we kind of cry because then we can't kill it, and then they steamroll, and we really need that vengeance to do anything about that Riven with a double attack on it.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And Good D, as you mentioned, actually finds the top deck unit, finds another Merciless Hunter to give potentially this Librarian or any other unit that is going to be played this turn vulnerable and trade them down with the Viego. Viego is already 6-5 because we played the Camevoran Soldier before, and it's starting to grow.
It is. The problem with it starting to grow is you have to play one unit. Playing one unit on 5 against a deck that can do multiple is really, really scary. Because we're going to be pushing a decent amount of damage here. I would even hope to see maybe a Oedipus into a Trinket potentially, but sadly that means we can't play Consular Barbarian. So I think we're just going to be playing 2/2 drops here. Means we're pushing like 4 damage next turn, and we have double Wrath here. That Wrath is kind of threatening to push lethal.
Yes. So very, very scary. Very, very scary here. This is gonna be potentially, as you mentioned, an open lethal potentially.
Yeah, we do have play around with that quicksand, but something that's really interesting here is we've got the 4-3, the Reckoner, and that gives you a free attack. So if they have to spend all their mana to a point where they can't play another unit, that Reckoner means that it might actually trade into a Viego. But we do see that Merciless Hunter, but it could be a potential line.
Ooh, okay, and he has to actually to choose between Sharpen's Resolve, Harpoon, or Distress Defense, and decides to go for the Sharpen's Resolve. I agree, especially because with this Papercraft Dragon coming down potentially in a few turns, especially when we're gonna draw into the Fizz, this Sharpen's Resolve might actually mean 6 more damage into the opponent and might mean a quick lethal.
Yeah, talking about quick lethal here. That's what Sir Donald's trying to do. Trying to either make you force block with the Spiego and push a lot of damage with these Wraths and Resolve.
This is terrible, actually. Like you can play the Wrath, the Elixir of Wrath now, and actually kill the Viego. Like there is no way that this Viego survives now.
There's
Yes,
multiple things you can do, yeah. The Viego is one thing here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sir Donald here just goes for lethal. Could potentially be inting, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of scary if I was on the side of Gouda seeing these two Wraths.
yeah. Then the question is, do you like if the opponent has to spend 6 mana to prevent lethal? You know, if they have to spend, let's say, a Vengeance, are you fine with that? From the side of Sir Donald, like he has to think about it, you know, and I think he's going for the lethal. Ooh, no, just gonna deal casually 10 damage. Put his
I
opponent at
like
2,
this.
double Pokestick range, Harpoon range.
You're trying to gather information here. Really nice because like if they don't kill this 5-1, it means that they probably don't have Vile, and if they do, you sharpen, right? So that sharpen becomes a really good pickup. It means you're dealing 8 plus 5, which is quick maths, 13 damage, and that would be lethal. So yeah, really smart here. Gouda Daddy realizes that though and goes, hey, I'm going to go down to 2. I know how this deck works. This deck doesn't have any over the top, and it works in a way where it's only when the opposing turns really matter. So Gouda Daddy here realizing, hey, I need my engines up. I need to go and try and level Viegos to try and get into this game.
Yeah, and now Sir Donald, of course, is gonna go for potential Ruined Reckoner, trying to get the lethal, and it's gonna be champ blocked. By potentially, I think the 5-2 at this point. I think you might play the 5-2 just to trade into the Librarian.
Yeah, getting this quicksand out now though is not horrible. We have a lot of things we can do. We kind of want one more overwhelm unit though, because we're trying to really make this Reckoner become a good way to win the game. But you just don't have anything else to complement it to really do so.
Yeah. I think though, if now Goodedy develops the Samsung charger, Sir Donald might actually sniff that there is something wrong here, that he might have a quicksand, and so the question is just gonna be, do you actually want to get the quicksand out of Goodedy now? And I think the answer might be actually yes, because you're gonna be developing another unit anyway. It's gonna trade his unit for another one. Is not just is gonna take a value trade. Your unit has too much attack points. It's always gonna be a trade. But then you realize he can play just an ephemeral unit and trade on mine. So this is kind of a difficult situation for Sir Donald, just going for potential lethal now or just wait for later. Ooh.
Yeah, not only that, so it's kind of hard because we don't really want to reckoning them to a point where they gain an extra miss for free, right? Because if that's the potential, that means they have one, they're buffing up the Viego out of Pokestick range. Two, it means that they're starting to scale, and I think Sir Donald realizes this. Hey, says, "Hey, I know that you're gonna kill off my 5-3 here with my Overlord, but I'm gonna make it tricky for you." And Gouda Daddy gets a double quicksand. Uh, very, very interesting hand here. Can kind of play around even certain might hands now with this double quicksand. Such a good draw.
Yeah, such a good draw indeed. Now, we are going to be able to save the life of our Librarian. Of course, we have Sharpened Resolve. And then we go and force out the first of the quicksands from the side of Godedi. The problem is that it's always awkward for us to attack into the charger. Since if we want to play the Reckoner, like Godedi is always going to have the action to play the charger and trade an ephemeral unit for our fated buff unit. And we spent a lot of resources on this unit though. Ooh, okay, Outerpus, Wreck Refrain, and Roar of the Slayer.
Yeah, all these are pretty good. We get the refrain here, not using the resolve. Really nice because you can also block the Viego here. Viego potentially going down here. This is a very scary spot because you kind of need to play your other Viego, or you're down too many units, and you don't want to use your quicksand here to be too defensive, right? Because if we force these quicksands out in a way to, basically rectify our own offensive turns to a point, it's going to be very horrible. And yeah, Goody Daddy just says, hey, I can't do anything about this. I need to be more respectful here and keep up these double quicksands.
Yeah, and Sir Donald might, at this point, Sir Donald might not recognize this line of play from the side of Godedi because, like, he only sees that the opponent let one of his Viegos die, and it's never a good sign for a Viego deck if Viego is dying because you only have, of course, 3 of them and they're limited win conditions. You have to get the best out of them every single time. But in this game, Godaddy recognizes, okay, my win condition is just stopping the OTK potential, not the Viego. But he's gonna win anyway with the Hydravins if he gets the chance to play them. The Viego is not that important. It just has to stop the OTKs.
Okay, so this glimpse might look good because we might find a vengeance, but there is one problematic thing here. We pick up the vial, we pick up another quicksand, but I was gonna say this impact and might get you there to win the game.
Oh,
because
that's true. So we have to play double quicksand.
yeah, because basically what this does here is say, hey, if you block here and quicksand, I might. You quicksand again, I actually do the impact. Well, you do it the other way around. And then
Yeah.
that deals 2 damage, and then you can go over it. But Gouda Daddy picks up the vial. It plays around 1, the impact. It plays around 2, healing. So you get out of that range, and this turn's going to be interesting to unfold because we also have the Reckoner. So depending on how good Sir Donald plays this will be such a close game.
Okay, we see the might.
Yeah, so the might here is a misplay. I think. You could kind of bargain for it that it isn't, but if we're going to be playing this impact anyway, we want to try and put the majority of damage after them doing it, you know? So, yeah, so this impact here, trying to push lethal here, but the vial is going to come out either on its own unit or just wait. It only deals 1. Okay, no, we're both Pepega. Okay, so it's not that problematic because it doesn't hit it twice.
Yes.
Uh,
Because of course the opponent's unit only has a limited amount of health points, then it dies and we don't attack again. But what this means is that we're gonna find the potential lethal with the Reckoner.
Yep. And good as Daddy here saying, hey, I don't want to be down to any certain amount of damage and gets you out of that reckoning range, like you said. Not too horrible because you could do this later on, but I think, good at Daddy just being mana as efficient as possible. And we've seen this in both games and it's been paying off really well.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so I think now we pass back, like both players are gonna just pass back, that there is not much for Sir Donald to play until his next attack turn, where he is gonna actually try and find lethal, because now he has every keyword that he could ever want. And I think
Talking about lethal here, pushing 9 damage to get the Atro range.
I think you just wall up. I think you have to wall up, and then of course there's gonna be the right of negation coming down from Kyodedi, but at least you have to force mana.
But this is the problem, right? Because we can just write and then that will be game. Guru
Yeah.
Daddy here just being super smart. Just doesn't matter. Knew the points of range where you're going to die from and uses this vulnerability to find the lethal here. Really well played.
GG. Really, we said this matchup should have been a 60 plus win rate matchup from the side of Sir Donald, extremely in advantage, but didn't find the fizz, didn't find this primary win condition, and just got shut down over and over again by those quicksands.
Yeah, really heads up from Gouda. Basically, this is how beautiful this format can be, right? If you have one player who can make almost all your bad matchups good, you're kind of golden. And Gouda Daddy's definitely one of those players. Doesn't matter if they have bad matchups, they'll find it anyway, and the Atro comes out, and that will be good game. Wow, Gouda Daddy here, just showing who can be the elite out of the elite, and that's definitely what we saw today. Wow. What a crazy turn of events. Zero, yeah, you look like you're in shock.
No, it's just awesome to see like good did just in a disadvantaged matchup. He said, "Okay, but what if I win anyway? What if I draw
Yeah.
triple quicksand, a right of negation, atrocity, and I just set up an impossible lethal against the match I should lose?" He just said no. He refused to die. He refused to let it go, and just won the Fitz Riven versus Mono Viego Shurima matchup, which is actually terrible. Like I've played it kind of a lot because I've played Viego a lot lately, and like it feels miserable on ladder. But it's just decided, no, I'm too good of a player to just lose like this, and now he's gonna try to sweep 2.5 man. This is
Yeah,
insane. Like
sorry, yeah, but I think 2.5 men didn't see that at all, right? And they're probably in shock as well. They're like, oh yeah, so Donald's gonna take this, but they're gonna be really struggling here if they didn't have a backup plan.
yeah, because now if we look at the other lineups potentially, like AC Paynas bringing out, of course, and we're gonna see it later down the day, is bringing a very mid-rangey lineup as well, and also and Sergito Vamos is bringing a very very aggressive one. So I think this might be actually a very good way for GODD to go into the next matches.
Right. Yeah. I think if I was in the minds of the Spanish players, 2.5 men, I don't think they would have saw this outcome. And depending on their picks, this is going to be quite scary.
Yeah, but I think that being said, we can get into a small break until the next best of three of today. We're gonna see GODD playing again against one of the other two players from the Spanish team. See you soon. welcome back for the second best of three of this Super Sprout versus 2.5 men semifinals in the EMEA Aegis Legends of Runeterra season. The first best of three has been like amazing to watch. GoDaddy literally clutching out them that disadvantaged series, the disadvantaged game, and literally now is looking to sweep 2.5 men.
I didn't see it happening, and I think we all didn't. Good Daddy here had a bad matchup with Mono Shirimo. Not Mono Shirimo, Mono Viego. But said, hey, that deck's pretty good, and won him 2 games against really bad matchups.
Yeah, and I think that the second opponent that he's gonna face is gonna be Sergi Tuvamos, a very experienced Spanish veteran that has joined lots of tournaments, has played in multiple seasonal top cuts, has played in the EU Masters as well, and here brings a very aggressive lineup.
Yeah, very aggressive. Suji is a really good player and is kind of the backbone of like strategy and statistics, especially for the Spanish team 2.5 men. But the thing is, like, they don't have that great feats for tournaments. It's crazy. They've definitely done amazing things, but they haven't been in much seasonals. They haven't been a champion,
Mhm.
and I feel like they get quite underrated because on a statistical mind, Suji really knows what's up, and with this lineup, looks quite scary. Definitely against the whole field and quite polarizing as well. This Annie Jin has not really been played much, and definitely a specific brain for Sergi.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. I've seen a lot of players see in the EMEA ladder like spamming this deck at the start of the season, but honestly, some of the players playing it were very unaware of how this deck should be played. But I think Sergi now, especially since like 1 month and a half, 1 month has passed since the release, like has mastered the deck in a lot of the matchups that it would have been facing in the semifinals. And I think this deck with is explosivity, like it's super explosive, super aggressive, especially with all the amount of units with skills, like for example the sentry that can give you a 2-for-1 trade for the round, like letting you swing in with multiple units, letting you push damage. Like it's super super scary. And of course we see, while on the side of good AD we see a Zoe Aphelios Victor. That's a Victor, guys, it's not a Vi. The Zoe Aphelios Vi on the side of Sergi is of course more aggressive because, as we mentioned, can of course as Vi as a removal, Vi can pull units that can potentially block your board and just swing in. And when she's leveled up, she just is a better decimate on attack.
Right, I completely agree. And Suji here looks like they're going to do a similar strategy to what Sir Donald did and try and beat up on this Mono Viego. Sadly, though, we saw last game that even if you have a good matchup in Zagura, it's going to be a lot more difficult than it should be. Um, and outside of that, I'm not really sure how well, Suji kind of Suji's lineup is into good today. It can kind of beat Sion, but Sion should be decent into the aggro matchup.
Yeah.
Uh, the Viego is slightly unfavored. Viego is slightly unfavored into Sion, and Aphelios Victor Aphelios Vi into Sion is also quite 50-50. So yeah.
Yeah, and especially basically the Viego versus Sion matchup is, can your units be too big so that Sion doesn't push damage? And for that I mean, of course, the Legion Deserter. Can the Legion Deserter actually be bigger than Sion, like block the Sion, then block the Sion potentially again, or threaten lethal with atrocity? Like that's gonna be the center of the game. If Sion gets played on 7 though, it can be very difficult for Sergi.
And not only that, but it plays a bit like the mirror as well. If you have chompers, then basically you just chomper pull a big deserter like you did back in the mirror with Cyan against their own other side, and you're just pushing so much damage that that vengeance, isn't going to do much, or that disintegrate isn't going to do much because it just comes back and it deals a lot more damage.
Yeah, and here we really see the two faces of the meta. We see the go wide and swarm and finish with burn, which can be or finish with like a big finisher, which are of course the Zoe V, Aphelios or Zoe Victor Aphelios, and the Driven Scion, and we see of course the Viego decks, which are like the bigger units win. Like I am gonna have the bigger units on the board. I'm gonna have giant stats. I'm just gonna push a billion damage on attack. You have to block everything, and the next time I attack, I'm just gonna end the game, or I'm gonna end the game even sooner with my atrocity. And of course, we see the very fast aggro. One of the fastest aggro on the meta. I think the only like deck that is faster than Ginenni is of course Spiders, but Ginenni can be much more consistent, especially since you play like a lot of good cards in it.
Yeah, and we see the same the same bans as last time, just getting one of the best sticks out of the game here. And I completely agree with this. Zoe Aphelios has almost no bad matchups. Even into control now, it's pretty good because you have blinding light. I really like this. Very heads up from both people, and we're gonna see Sergi just try and beat up on this Mono Viego player and hope to get a win out of Sion, but Gouda Daddy has just been playing out of their mind first set and might just steamroll with that success into this round.
Yeah, and one thing I recognize is that we have a little bit shifted away from the meta of the first days of the expansion, right? Like the first day of the expansion, basically it was all people playing Real, all people playing Control, or at least like also Tribim with the Ravenbloom Conservatory. And now we have more shifted away from that kind of meta, even though we still see it a bit. We've seen it like in Asia Masters, but that's just because they have to find 9 good decks to bring in a lineup, 9 different decks. And I think that now with the shift of the meta, like the meta is much more polarized into either just a swarm or just have the biggest units that you can ever have. And there is no like middle ground now with just the control damage. We don't see catalog played in tournaments, sadly.
Yeah. I also am quite argumentative on catalog control, and I think it's a bad deck.
Hmm.
But it's quite polarizing matchups, and we're getting into this game and talking about polarizing matchups. This is not one of them, or maybe it is, because Sion is quite good into aggro. However, you do have a few things here in the Jin package, and that's mostly stuns. And then you can find tempo outs, so it really matters on Good at Daddy's hand. And talking about mattering here, this is kind of not what you want to see if you're good at Daddy.
Yeah, you have a Boomba Boon that is gonna give you a Chomper, which is a discard tool, but which is a discard fodder, but you're not have any other units at the moment. You're just gonna have one blocker for turn 3's wing, and you have to feel like if you're good at D, that you have to see more units. You have to see more tools to block the opponent's damage, because Sagito Vamos deck can literally burn you down for like 10, 11, 12 damage, and just needs to like push very small amount of damage through bodies actually.
Right. And I've kind of highlighted this a lot. The stick's really good into aggro, but the thing with Jin is like it allows you to just have stuns, and the main reason why Sign just wins is because it can kind of just go wider and trade more efficiently and play into Scion, right? But because you have those stuns, it means you can be a bit more macro with your players and find that extra amount of damage.
Yeah. Here, would you play the Solarisano can stun, or would you immediately open swing if you're Sergi?
That's interesting. Um, so the Sunhawk's like not too good, I think. Just because like the free one isn't much, you'd rather do it on a for free. And they could probably just go as wide. We know that they could potentially get a Chompers out. So yeah, I'm not a fan of seeing it now. Suji agrees, goes for the open, and yeah, we're going to be pushing 6 damage here. Gets the Chompers out. Want to be conservative, and yeah, I definitely like this play.
Yeah, we like
We
this
can.
play.
Yep.
3 damage push. We get rid of the Saboteur, so we're not gonna have to worry about it next turn. And we also, okay, we're investing a lot of resources now.
We are, but I don't hate this at all. Only getting
Mhm.
pushed one, and we see Suji's hand. You only have double demo here. Gouda Daddy, recognizing this as well, went to kill the 2-1 so you couldn't be able to play the Saboteur at all and make your hand bricked. But Gouda here, think about other things and says, hey, no, I want the 2-1 out. It's another skill, it's another extra amount of damage later on. And yeah, really good just recognizing that. And if we saw that Sabo still be on board, that would have been super awkward for Sergi.
Yeah, especially Godedi now knows that Sergi does not have Jin in hand because the passive, of course, of the Virtuoso has not been activated, so he doesn't have to fear Jin develop on 4, which could be very, very big sometimes because he would be able to get one more stun on turn 5 to be able to attack. You could just play the Sanhok plus potentially another
Remember the objective.
Demolitionist and have a double stun because of Sanhok plus Jin. And this is big. This is quite big on the side of Good. Sergi can still push some of the damage, of course, through the demolitionists and now the Boom Rookie. But there is gonna be enough blockers to block almost all the damage that Sergi can push next turn.
Right. And talking about pushing damage here, not that much coming out from Sergi, sadly. Double Sunhawk is not what you want to see. We find the Doombeast so we can play another unit here. But this Vi, I'll tell you something. That's just going to trade down the board and you're going to find a specific way to try and, find more damage. But Good at Daddy disagrees, wants more damage here or wants to find more draw. And I don't hate it. We don't need to get the Vi out.
Yeah, now we're gonna be forced to trade down all of our board though. We're gonna be forced to trade down, of course, the Sun Dredger. Maybe trading the Boom Rookie with the Sun Dredger no, might be nicer. We're gonna be able to Mystic Shot, of course, the Doom Beast. And now we are pretty low on cards too, though, for instead of Godaddy. Yes, we have the Ramage, so if we get this card fodder, we can draw 2. But we are not in the best of spots until we get the Vi down.
Right, but the problem with that one Vi is we have another Sunhawk on site. The Sunhawk's going to be really important here. Gouda Daddy was trying to get that extra, safety by not killing the Boom Crew so you can trade well, but the Sunhawk goes, nah, I'm going to find more 2 damage with this Boom Crew, going to get this Tusk Speaker out, pushing a potential of 3 damage next turn, and it puts you on ranges of Fervor and Decimate.
Yeah, this is insanely powerful from Sergi. Now, yes, he doesn't have any card in hand, he's on top decks. But he has put the opponent low enough to finish the game just with
The
burn.
old sad eyes routine.
Right.
And actually,
It
Godiddy has
looks
to sacrifice a Ramage, has to sacrifice all of his draw potential. Ooh, this is scary. This is scary because now a Decimate top deck means the end.
right. So it's not over for Gouda Daddy. I think
Mhm.
Gouda Daddy has a lot of leeway here. But Suji's been playing it extremely well, and that Sunhawk, even though you're not going wider than your opponent right now, you're putting that range into burn, right? And we looked like it was going to be almost slightly off, and they definitely found the way. And you could even say maybe Gouda Daddy misplayed, didn't really, prioritize the Sunhawk as a potential to stop the Vi. So that extra damage might actually be the downfall, and disrespecting that rookie could definitely pay off here for Sergi. And we find more burn. That's pretty good. But I mean, like at the end of the day, burn doesn't really matter if you don't find it, and you only need 3 to 4, right? So
Okay, now actually Sergi has to be very careful. Sergi has to be very careful with what he attacks with now. Because he has also to think about not dying on open next round.
Time for the main event.
right. And talking about that, we have this Vi to chump block, right? And I think Sergi, yep, just swinging with one, but this levels up Vi. There's a few things here as well. Top deck, top deck Scion kind of wins you the game. Because what you can do is you can pull, you can actually spinning axe, and you're dealing 15 damage exactly. So if we
Yeah.
top deck Scion here, they don't find further, this wins us the game on the spot.
Yeah, unless of course Sergey has like top decks fervor. That would mean still. That would
Yeah.
mean the end, but yeah, that would mean the end and the win for Sergey. But yeah, this is gonna be super tight. This actually goes down on top decks, and from
Yeah.
Sergey to top deck the burn that he needs, because Go to D is super fine with the way the game is going. He's absolutely fine with taking it slow, absolutely fine with trading down every single drop on the board and winning the game the turn after. Let's see the top deck, what it is. It's another... Okay.
Okay, indeed.
This was so close. This was so close. If GoDaddy doesn't block, that doesn't grab the Corsair, the game is over. So he has to grab the Corsair.
Right, and we're only dealing 11 damage here. If we spinning axe, it allows us to put you on. No, okay, so we're only dealing. Okay, these blocks means that we're only dealing 10, put you on 5. So the spinning axe doesn't actually matter unless you run Decimate. I was gonna say to put you on the Get Excited range, but that doesn't matter.
I'm gonna check immediately if they run in Decimate.
Probably not, but it's not uncommon.
I'm gonna check.
Anyway, on the perspective of this, we're talking about how it kind of comes down to the... Yeah, okay, 2 decimates. Right. So yeah, it's a potential out here. Sergi, talking about outs, could find wow, that sign just being one turn late could have really set the sights here, but Sergi here coming to a potential of just finding no burn. And not only do you have to find your burn right now, but if you find your fervor and they have a mystic next turn, you're donezo. Gouda Daddy here, kind of being the the bringer of good news. This sign, even though being late, we're talking about how you just find tempo later on, and these units just keep up when the aggro doesn't. And if we don't see fervor here, it's going to be game.
Oh,
and we find the good side of it. This game, it's 100%. Couldn't find the fervor. Well,
this was so painful from the side of Sergey, putting the opponent to 2 HP, not finding any of your burn, not finding any way to end the game from there onwards. And also, of course, the Get Excited top deck means that Sergey had 3 more outs, 3 less outs to win the game. GoDaddy has 3 more outs to win the game, of course, with a potential removal on the opponent's fervor target. And this just means GoDaddy takes the first game of the series another time with Draven Scion. He seems to be too cracked at Draven Scion to lose.
yeah, we kind of see that in the spotlight of players, right? We're going through every player this morning, if you didn't see it, and we kind of brought up good at that. He's kind of good at everything they play. Top ladder player, like you said, finish rank 1, finish rank 2 simultaneously. EU Masters Morocco, consistently being one of the best players on every deck. If you probably look at win rates, they're probably 70% or so plus with almost everything they play. And they don't get much credit, I think. You know, Gouda Daddy is well known, but should be a superstar at this point, and we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, especially you mentioned like the top 1 and 2 ladder finishers at the same time. Yes, and say yes, especially with the rivalry he had with Ultraman for that top spots in ladder. It was awesome to see them like rank. One day, one of them was at 1k LPs. The other day, the other one of them was like at 1.2k, and they kept grinding ladder so much. And I think they reached some of the highest LPs you had ever seen. So, of course, like one of the best players we have in the region. But this time, Sergey actually finds all the burn he might need, and this is 7-9 damage of burn in the end of Sergey.
right? And we were talking about this as well. The sad potential about Mono Viego is that it loses to burn a lot. You know, if you can go super wide and you find good tempo swings, or you can burn them down pretty well, it gets scary. Right kind of works in a similar way that Ionia does to aggro, and you know, if you get one good right off, you can actually win the game because of your pressure. But right now, it's looking a bit scary for Good Daddy.
Yeah, we see also Doombis being played now. Getting 2 HP from the draining 2 HP from the Goodaddy's Nexus. He might want to play now the rest of the negation, but I think you are keeping that for Decimate every single time.
100%. We were talking about mana efficiency, but this is not the time when you want to be mana efficient.
The only way I would think about him playing Red of Negation this turn would be because of the kill on the Mist. Like, you would get a free kill on the Mist, you would not waste one mana gem, and that would be literally the only reason. But now top deck, another Right of Negation drawn from the Glints Beyond. This is huge. This is literally potentially blocking 7 damage just from Right of Negation.
I also really like that play as well. You know, killing off that miss signaling that you're not going to Viego this turn because you're 2 behind and you need to keep up something right. So really smart here. But talking about damage, Sergi pushing 4 damage at least. Maybe we even need to see a quicksand here, and not only that, but they have 11 damage in hand.
I mean,
Those
Quicksand only
rights have,
pushes.
yeah,
Quicksand
this is scary.
doesn't help. Yeah, Quicksand doesn't help here that much though, because if you Quicksand the any, you're not blocking any damage, and if you Quicksand, of course, the Crackshot Corsair, you're only blocking 1 damage. But you might want to save your own units.
we
That's true.
we we yeah we changed the trades, but we
Mhm.
do lose our units. So even though we can change the trades here and we -4 damage without using right, it is problematic because 1, they can still push damage later on, and 2, they have a a whole load of damage in hand that Good Daddy might not realize.
Yeah. Still 4 damage coming in immediately. Crackshot Corsair actually is gonna be able to get air passive one more time on the next attack turn, because there is no way to trade the Crackshot down now. And I wonder, are we gonna see the Mercy Hunter played? No. We're gonna see the first Decimate, and I think the first Rise of Negation immediately played. Ooh, using a mana gem. Okay, this puts Godaddy far behind though. And now we go for 1 drone Viego.
Right? Yeah, I think Gouda here, now realizing that we have to get the ball rolling, knows that we don't need an extra mana gem, gets you out of decimate range, so you're not scared of keeping up, you know, deny mana, because you need to find a way to get back into this game. You know, heads up, we don't even need a draw here. We find the Viego.
I
I
mentioned
don't
it is
know if
too
this
cracked
is
of a player that the deck refuses to let him lose and just ends him the right cards, you know?
right. But I think on that play of not finding that Viego through the draw, I'm thinking that they might not be going for it. They might want to Merciless here, trade down, but says, hey, no, I'm going to try and put pressure on. I kind of have to. I need you to also trade your own units here. And Sergi here, looking pretty happy. We find the stun if we need. We can tank probably as much damage as we want, get out of Atro range, and go for lethal next turn.
Yeah, especially since we know this enemy is gonna push damage. We have another Decimate. I think we immediately play the Decimate from the set of Sergi. Ooh, instead he decided
Ooh,
to go
wow.
for the immediate stun here. Okay, so the Viego cannot attack because it's gonna be chump blocked.
This isn't horrible. We can still decimate further next turn while also doing this. We're putting... Okay, so this is awkward. We'd rather put them on 1 there for a few reasons. Because they have to kind of deny the stack of Corsair, and then we could have furthered next turn, right? That only... I don't know if that loses to much, because they only have room for Right and Vile. And if you decimate that turn, you deal 4. Corsair goes for that. They have to right the Corsair, and then you actually just kill them with a fervor. However, we're being quite pressure heavy. I don't know about these plays. Am I missing something here? Is Suji just winning?
Yeah, Sergey might just actually be winning because this is gonna be a lot of damage. Like you are trading down 2 units on the opponent's board, playing one of yours, so it's 3 for. It's actually 2 for 1. I guess it's 1 for 1, just 1 for 2, just because you're gonna get also like Viego's gonna get a miss down.
Yeah, but
This is gonna
I
be a
don't.
full on attack, 1 damage push, and
I don't know about that play. I
Mhm.
think we just missed 100% lethal here if we just decimated. If
Yes.
we decimated, that would have been 100% lethal because you would have had to right there, and it's
Yeah.
game over because we had the other fervor. This
Mhm.
is now getting
Yeah.
into a really scary spot for Sergi. Yes, you can
Yes.
get more damage, but we've kind of already had a lot of damage here, right? So we've got the right up, and this might be a potential win for Gouda now.
Yes, it all depends on can Gouda actually can Sergi top deck something to force Gouda out of Right of Negation? Like can he force the Right of Negation with another Decimate, another Fervor, and then close out the game? 1 HP is a mass is basically 100 HP in this spot because of the right.
Right. We also have some interesting plays here, Zero. If we want to go for an Atro line, we can actually push lethal with a potential Atro top deck because of this quicksand.
Yes.
Um, we would have to probably merciless on the Corsair because it's threatening us damage. But if we wanted to, we could just quicksand the Tibbers and go for lethal. We need something to die though, so that is the only other thing we have to do.
Yeah, we could actually make our Kamavoran soldier die because we have the right of calling. So we could actually kill our own Kamavoran at this point.
Yeah, it's a scary line, but it could be the line to do. You don't really have good units, but you're also pushing with this merciless. Actually, no, you're just pushing with the merciless. What am I talking about? We don't
True, 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 true,
we
true.
don't
Merciless
need.
is also is also fearsome. I tend to forget that because Merciless is most usually used to trade down your opponent's card, but of course, especially in this deck, in this deck, it's a very powerful tool to push down cheap damage that's gonna matter later on.
Yeah, so we could potentially push 12 damage here, keep up the right while the quicksand, and find an H top deck. I don't know if Gouda Daddy will see it or agrees with my line of play.
No, but the
But
Saboteur.
yeah, that Saboteur is scary. We do have outs. Vile Feast is an out here. The Atro is still an out if they go for it. And honestly, if they see that, I'm gonna be super surprised and just Good is playing on another level if that's the case.
Wait, do we go for Tiber's disintegrate to force out a deny?
Ooh, well, we have another Viego.
Yes, but if we play the Viego, we are dead to decimate.
Yep, but we can still play it next turn. We have
True.
room, and I don't mind going wider because our opponent is still decent with
The,
going
the
wide.
problem is that if you don't play Viego here, the opponent because the opponent can just play the Saboteur, then you have to deny on the stack. It's getting really awkward because you have to deny that Saboteur. If you don't top deck
Explosives prime.
anything, like if you don't top deck, as you mentioned, Balfist, you're dead. Because you can, or you have to top deck another Right of Negation, but I don't even know if you run them.
Ooh, the Atro.
This doesn't help though.
No, it does not. It means we probably see a skip on Gouda's end,
We
signifying
pray.
signifying that we really need this Vile here to survive. Gouda here thinking about as much as possible what the line is. Probably gonna recognize that we need to be out of this one health. Suji here disagrees and wants to play the Decimate. Says, hey, if you have the second right, I'm just going to attack anyway. This does leave up to the potential of a Vile Feast here, so it literally comes down to this top deck, and if they don't draw any more burn.
Almost got it.
Oh my god, this is gonna be so close. This is gonna be so close. Let's check the draw, and it's
Ooh.
gonna be lethal from the side of Sergi to Vamos, the Saboteur. He's gonna win the game, and we even top the Khmer burn. Oh my god,
Wow.
this was super close, and Sergi ties the series 1-1 against GoDaddy, and now he's gonna have to play his own Viego deck in a Viego mirror, but on one side there's gonna be Viego Shadow, Viego Noxus, and on the other side Viego Shurima.
Right. And that mirror is quite convoluted. So we've basically I know my team has played it a lot, and we thought that Noxus Viego is favored. But I disagree now. I think Mono Viego is just the more consistent deck and has a lot more tools to kind of deal with the Noxus Viego. And you flip Viego a lot more consistently. And when you do that, Deserter goes, oh, now I'm on the other person's side. And now
I
I'm
mean,
killing
he's
the
literally a
person.
deserter, you know, he's literally a deserter. So he just you just buy him out with some money, and he gets on your board fighting for you.
Exactly. So yeah, I did think it was actually Noxus favored because of all the threats. But I think when time goes by and you see, the best players playing the deck, Mono Viego just gets you there. It's a lot more consistent. You run 6 Viegos. You run so many vulnerable units to push their own Viego out of sight. Disintegrate doesn't really matter because you run right. Hourglass isn't as good because you have Vile Feast, so if you disintegrate, you just do it once, and then if they force out the Hourglass, then it doesn't matter. A lot of stuff going on.
What do you think about the one-off copies of Katarina?
I think Katarina is good because you get into a point with the Noxus Viego deck where you run out of steam.
Yeah.
There can be quite a lot of instances where you just play threat after threat after threat, and you actually need that Katarina just to seal the deal. So yeah, I really like it as a one of. I think it's correct. People seeing Katarina actually see play is like the best thing ever, and it's finally
Yeah.
happened.
I think so too. Actually, I think it's a very good thing to have. A one-off, especially because Katarina, if you draw it, if you draw her in late game, it's much a better draw than Elise. Elise after turn 5, turn 6, you don't ever want to see her as top deck. Well, Katarina can straight up, as you mentioned, winning you the game. Like, just give you the rally while you have your giant deserter on the board. You can swing again and just completely destroy your opponent. It's super fun.
Right. Now we're talking about how Mono Viego can lose to aggression here, and Suji realizing that at least Viego, this is like the good thing about it is you can be a bit more versatile in your early and mid game and find cheeky damage like this. But we see this vulnerable here and very problematic for Suji. Suji here has a glimpse, can't trade off this Camavorian and just needs to find Steam. Needs to find this Viego because if the opponent has Viego and you don't, this is going down to snowball hell, and it's not going to be a fun thing for Suji to play against.
Yeah. He's also playing the Spirit Lich now to draw into more of his cards to find this Viego. Let's see if the top deck. And yeah, double
Wow,
Viego top deck.
double, and we have the Flock and Vials to represent, a kill on it. Because the Viego's only, a 6/5? It's been buffed once. Wow, and the top deck Elise. This is representing a lot of damage here. Not only that, but it's signifying a Flock if they play Viego. We have Camavorian though, so probably the best card you can see because it plays around Flock next turn, and it mitigates a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Not only negating damage, but also, of course, getting +1/+1 on the Viego, which when the Viego is not on board is super good. Now we are just trading down, I think, this Merciless Hunter because it's a 2/2 for a 4/2, always valuable trade. And of course, you are gonna have potentially a Vile Fist to get another spider on the board for the next attack, for the next swing, if you really need to. And we find,
Right.
though, in this prediction, the Invasive Hydravine. So we have the late game win conditions for both the decks, but Sergi as the Atrocity.
Right. This is literally all going to come down to this Viego as well. and getting that other Hydrovine out, not Hydrovine, but the Mist is very, very important because now we don't lose to that, right? We don't lose to Flock Vile. Get Vile on our own, but that's not going to do much. And yeah, Suji here might need to just vengeance this and not play around the Hourglass. But that's
Yeah.
just too scary. Because if you wow, triple Viego on Zuji 10. But if you vengeance here and you know you lose the Hourglass, they just Hydrovine on the stack and yeah, can't has to respect it and just plays a Viego and tries to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, he hasn't seen any come over on Soldier. His Viego is just a 5 for at the moment. While good at this Viego is a 7-6, super, super scary now. So I wonder, Sergis Vamos is for sure gonna block with a Spirit Leech and get one more mist. But Godaddy is also gonna get a mist. So maybe Sergi is just gonna go for the Spiderling block.
calling for me.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to basically pump these mists out.
Mm.
Gouda Daddy can get the ball rolling though with the other rider calling. Get you another Viego as well. That Viego is really important because we see Vengeance on Sergi's side and we also see more Viegos. So if we can get the ball rolling a lot faster, that means we're probably going to win the game because that's what it comes down to. Who flips Viego first?
Yeah, once Viego is flipped, basically there is no turning back. Like our Viego is just gonna kill your Viego because they are the biggest units on the field. And if there is a Legion Deserter, we're just gonna get this Legion Deserter and attack you with your very very big powerful unit. So as you mentioned, it's basically GG when that happens.
Right. I also like Gouda not starting to, do the do the funky business with Viego. Because that rider calling, even though it draws Viego, you can also flip Viego with it. Right? If you play Hydrovine here, Hydrovine is also a +7 on Viego. So as crazy as it is, that can actually be a potential line to win the game.
This is scary though, because we know, like with Flock, now we trade the Viego down. Viego is always dead now, there is no way to save him, and we're gonna have to play the second one. And second Viego might be punished by that vengeance.
Listen to me.
Yeah, Suji being really good with resource management here, understanding that they have to trade this Elise off so they can get this Viego out of the way. And they also know that they have more ways to try and defeat Viego. They also have to think about, the counterplay though. That's the biggest problem. So they might be a bit more conservative, but on our cast division, we know that's not the case.
No, of course, I think the easiest thing and also the safest thing to do is always just go for the first Flock. Like you test the waters basically, you test if the opponent has any kind of protection. Of course, usually Godly is not going to protect the first Viego because he has the right of calling anyway. He might have also like he has ways to get the second Viego out pretty quickly and pretty easily. But second Viego, that's when things get scary because if your second Viego gets killed, you only have one win condition against your opponent, and that's never good.
Right? And we don't even think about doing anything against that flock because we can't. But I think Gouda Daddy wouldn't have Hourglass anyway because knows that's susceptible to a lot of things. And Suji uses this time for them to develop the other Viego to put more pressure onto the board. This is definitely what you want to see here. Suji understanding if I can pressure their Viego while being behind, it means I can play my own Hydrovine. And that's the beauty of Noxus, is their efficient and cheap resource tools to kind of remove their big threats. It allows you to find, gauges of power here, and this is definitely what Suji's done.
Yeah, and the Hydrovine now potentially, I think it's gonna come down also from the side of Goda, just because if the opponent has the Hydrovine, you cannot let it go like basically uncontested. You have to put down your Hydrovine or you're gonna go too far behind. But if
I disagree. I'll
yeah,
cut you off there because I really
mhm.
disagree. It comes down
Okay,
to Viego.
okay.
Because if you flip Viego, you just steal their Hydrovine, right?
Ooh,
And
true,
then
true, true.
And when you steal their Hydrovine, they're really in a bad position. because like they can't play down their deserter or their other threat because you just steal that. So you get into this point where it becomes really problematic. And Gouda Daddy looks like they can start the ball rolling really well here and potentially actually just flip Viego.
Yeah, that's true. They have the power to flip the Viego. They can play the Sand Spinner, get the trade on the Hydrovin, and then, of course, potentially flip the Viego because this 4 Mist is gonna die, and then you can make your own Sand Spinner die too. So that's gonna be 5 more on the level up. The Mists are gonna be both 5, and you're gonna be at 15. I don't think 15 is quite enough though. I think you're on 3 now.
Uh, yes. So you're probably not going to be flipping it this turn. Uh, but this vengeance on our side is pretty good. Because we know that we're not flipping it. This is scary, however. We're trying to not get the mist on board, but if they can reply with their own vengeance or disintegrate vial, it becomes problematic, and that's what it's going to be. So even though we have a lot of threats on Gooda's side, Sergi's triple Viego hand might just be a bit more than Gouda can chew.
Yeah, because Guda has already lost 2 of his Viegos, 2 of his win conditions. Yes, can draw into the next and last one with the Right of Calling. But things are starting to get scary.
Yeah, really scary. We have to also just put Hydra on 1 here. We know that they don't really run any protection spells, so we're going to be able to kill it, which is good. Getting the right calling out here. We just want our other Viego. Like we've been saying, we just want to get the ball rolling again. And yeah.
But now on Sergi's side, actually Sergi could just say, I don't care, I just play my Deserter, I attack you, and then I Atrocity and I win.
Yes, that's another one. I think we can't disrespect playing Viego though. Just because like when you have Viego and the opponent doesn't, it's almost game. Gouda here finally finds the hourglass. It's a bit late. We're gonna be vialing here as well. That sentry's quite nice. Not good right now, but yeah. Oh wow. So you just says, hey, I'm gonna pass. Gonna see what you're gonna do, and we'll probably see this vial from Gouda.
Yeah, Guda cannot play. But if you play the Vial, like this Viego turbo flips basically, because you get 6 plus 5 plus 5, it's already 17, and next turn is gonna flip.
That's completely right. Yeah, this double Viego here really stopping Gouda in their tracks. They thought it was good. They have to play for their outs and understanding maybe they don't have as much threats, but Sergi being kind of grabbing what they need, grabbing all the efficiency and grabbing all the potential threats you can, and played it pretty well as well. Don't get me wrong. Use those removals into a point where you could kind of double down on threats as well, and that potential in that turn is probably going to win them the game.
Yeah, but Guda recognizes that he cannot let Desirevin be alive, even though if it means giving Viego 6 stacks on the level up, giving him 1 more mist, but he cannot be allowed to leave, because if Desirevin leaves, it's +1/+1 every single turn on the Viego for free. It's 1 mist generated for free that can get him leveled up super quickly, and Godaddy decides that this must be done. Doesn't care if Viego is on the board, you have to kill the Hydrovin.
Right. Yeah, it's just another snowball mechanic. You can't let it keep pumping, and Suji goes, "Hey, I'm going to deny 1 spider. Not that it matters, but I just want more draw. I want to understand that my hand's going to just get better. And depending what we see here, will it? Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, getting Scorched Art, Scorched Art plus 1 more Deserter. I don't think you need the Deserter, but Scorched Art, of course, is 1 more like guarantee that you're gonna win the game, because if Viego ever attacks, if Viego ever blocks, is always gonna be under your removal. Even though they have protection spells, but they would have to commit Atrocity plus protection on the stack, which means basically no more mana to do anything else, just to counter the 3 mana spell.
So we're talking about it almost flipping. Was that actually a misplay using that glimpse? If we're three
No,
off,
because it wouldn't flip anyway in any case. Like you don't
uh,
flip it even if you play the sentry. You don't flip it even if you don't flip it. You never flip it this round.
okay. Because what is Viego at? I'm really bad at maths.
It should be at 16 now.
Okay. Yeah, so Suji probably recognized that as a play, and just knew they couldn't really flip it. So went for the more reasonable play.
Ooh, this is so bad though because you do this and doesn't see the miss dying.
Not
Remains stand next turn. Yes, you have, of course. I understand why he did it because you cannot let Diego be damaged. But this feels so bad.
right, and we just
Like grains of sand.
yeah, I don't know what this does here. Uh, we if we Hydrovine there, it would be a bit better, but deserter, that's pretty good. When it hits turn 10, you can just double threat here. These are 15 fours 0, 15 14s. That means you have 30 amounts of power for 10 mana if you play the second deserter.
Yeah, which is a pretty crazy to think about. I mean, the only 30/30 card that we have in the game is, of course, the Catastrophe. And, of course, it has never seen play in any deck at the competitive level. But this, for 5 mana, can grow into unbelievable level of strength. And this is just gonna be game. Like, you know about it. There is no way to contest this Deserter plus Atrocity. Of course, Sergi will play around any potential spell, but even if Godad is forced to play the Vengeance on the Deserter to stop him, that would mean Viego level up, and that would mean the kill on the third Viego for Godad. So I think this is done and dusted. I think there is nothing to be said that can actually make Godad win here, and this is gonna be GG for Sergi Tuvamos, stopping the potential full sweep and tying the series between the Super Sprout and 2.5 men for 1-1.
Yeah, yeah, it could be. I think it could have been a bit cleaner though, honestly. The main reason for this is so yeah, you use your Viego here, but I think we could have just played double Deserter last turn. We Fred and Lethal. They can't do anything with double Deserter that turn or your Viego. Use attack, then you have Aeterop. I don't know what that loses to. Like Quicksand is still fine because you just go wide. But you know, Suzy still getting the win. I could be wrong. Good here. Basically, being respectful as you can and throwing out the BMs that they know that their time is done, and almost gratitude of Suzy taking down probably what we would call the dragon of a set, and no pun related. And yeah, Gouda here potentially losing. Almost looked like it was going to be, a great run for a sweep, but Sergi being the great player they are and the statistical mastermind figures out how to flip Viego as well. And this is just going to be game. Use it to smear in your own unit. Wow. Okay.
And we see the memes, we see the emotes coming down from both players. Sergi with the 5-head blade, flip the Viego, the Despair on his own spider, and this is just gonna be. We said it, this is gonna be GG. No way for Godaddy to win this game. Also, we are stealing down an 8-8 mist. And the
Yep.
game is gonna be over. I think Godaddy is just gonna FF. Maybe not just because it just wants to play the games to his outs, playing everything as best as he can. But I don't think it's gonna make a difference.
Yeah, so the long game, you remove the Viego. They can't do anything. They've used all their Viegos. Shuji was really efficient with all their Noxus resource removal, set up pins in a way and forks in a way where they just got ahead. And we saw that. So really well played by Sergi. We thought Gouda was going to be this unstoppable mastermind, but yeah, Gouda's trying to do the best to recover here, and that sadly isn't the case. And we're just saying, hey, no, right, you're going to lose anyway. And boom, Sergi here takes it for 2.5 men. Really well played set.
And when I saw the players, when I saw the teams that we're gonna be facing today, I said, okay, this is gonna be a close series. But then the first game made me doubt about it because GoDaddy seemed like really unstoppable, seemed like really, really ready to sweep. But now Sergito Vamos, we mentioned, super veteran player, super expert on those kind of decks because he's played a lot in this meta, just coming in clutch and stopping this force that GoDaddy was, and now he's gonna have the chance to win the series for his own team, but he still has to defeat two of his opponents.
I agree. We've said it like 4 times. Thought Gouda was going to be a really good player and thought they're going to take it away, but that's not the case. Sergi,
And the
yeah,
curse is lifted.
well.
It's not your
Curse,
fault.
yeah, not your fault. We're not getting a sweep today, and it's going to be a lot closer. And yeah, we'll see how well 2.5 men does to try and get the victory.
And after this win for 2.5 men, I think we're gonna go in a short break, and we're gonna be back soon for the third best of three of these semifinals for EMEA Aegis Legends of Runeterra. See you soon.
Peace.
Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Will you feel me too?
And welcome back for the third best of three of today. After seeing Sergey win against the GoDaddy, we're gonna see now Sergey facing off against a very, very strong opponent, a seasonal champion in Owi.
Owe here, being one of the best players on Control, I think. When Darkness was like popularized or being popular, Owe could play that almost impeccable. And they're not, a close and shut book. They have a lot of other tools they can be. Like, they can play aggro if they want, they can play mid range if they want. Overall, they're a great player, but where I see it shine is in Control. And I'm pretty sure Ollie's bought Control today, and we're going to see some really good games from him.
Yeah, I see they can play combo pretty well as well, because when they won seasonal, they actually won, if I'm not mistaken, with Draven and Zriel in the lineup. So it was not like the easiest deck to pilot. And here, let's take a look at the lineup for Owi. We have already seen Sergey's lineup for the last best of three, but Owi here brings Trolls, which is basically the king deck of the meta, at least in ladder. It has been for a pretty long time this patch, super, super powerful. You can actually get your trolls turbo fast on board and just swing for massive amounts of damage. He's also playing FTR, the classic control deck. You mentioned it, Owi. Super good control player, like plays it almost perfectly. And a new deck, not quite as control as the previous versions. This Heimerdinger Jace, much more mid-rangey, and in fact, the unofficial name is Mid-Range Turret.
Yeah, because it is quite the mid-range deck. You figure it has like a lot of control tools to be a control deck, but a lot of your plays are very, minion heavy. You have to play Production Surge on 6 or on 3. You have to then set up Heimer or Jace. Then you have to find good tempo swings to try and put them out of the game, and then you have that backup of like Vengeance and Piercing Darkness, which makes a lot of matchups quite good and is, a pretty good deck into a lot of few things.
Yeah, and talking about bans, potentially, what do you think Owi is going to ban from instead of Sergi? Because we know Trals is weak against any Jin. Because Trals is weak against aggro, can lose even before developing the first Trals on the board. So that can be a very, very scary matchup. Should be kind of favored into Viego, because Viego cannot get big enough and cannot get his win conditions big enough before the Trals gets out. And of course, Zoe V Aphelios can be quite tricky to handle for the side of Owi.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be picking season 4 OE though. We bring triple control into Felio's Vi. The only saving grace is Hyman Jace, like you said, isn't the best control deck. So we can definitely find a win through that. Banning FTR, you kind of have to because like you're saying, any Jin has a better matchup into Thralls. Red Viego has a better matchup into Thralls. Well, no, it doesn't really, but it doesn't. It has a decent matchup, right? But Aphelios Zoli is a lot scarier, and it's a bit scary into Thralls. It's one of those auto ban matchups we use can't in this situation because any Jin can possibly take a game from it.
Yeah. And Jin for sure being a menace against Trolls. We see in ladder, I think it has like 65% win rate against Trolls. The last time I checked, maybe since then it has a little been lowered, but it has a very, very, it's super aggressive. We mentioned it, like it can get super, especially if it finds the Jin on in end. Like Jin is a super powerful engine. You can get stuns as we mentioned, and each one more point of damage really matters.
Right. So I think like I don't really like the stats on Thralls because
Mm.
if you play it well, it feels like the deck can't lose to anything.
Yeah,
So
that's
you
true.
were saying Owie is a good combo player. We're probably going to see it today, you know, if that matchup is correct, you know, if Anijin is actually good into it. Because if Owie's a good player on Thralls, it's not going to matter. You know, they might keep Sands a time for the most specific time for them pushing damage, right? And then you just stop that, and then you go huge on those Thralls and you flip Lysandra. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, you might have good stun turns, but the thing is, if that happens and Owie recognizes that, that could just win him the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean the win condition is literally flip Lissandra and then no damage is gonna come through ever, basically. Like flipping Lissandra is the win condition against any form of aggro, any form of burn, because it's literally like saves you infinite damage on the Nexus. You just win from there because if you flip Lissandra, it means you have two Trolls. Any Gene has no ways to deal with Trolls unless they stun them. They don't run removals because, of course, they're in aggro. They don't care about having control of the board, but when they lose the control of the board against Trolls, they never get it back, and they lose in like 1 or 2 turns.
Right. And yeah, like even though we don't want an Ice Shard, Ravine can be quite the crutch. Um, and to aggro, and it comes down to if Suji wants to play around it. You know, over time, people recognize that hey, I have to play into Ravine because you basically have to, you know, lose your progression on Thralls, and I can refuel. So we might see Suji disrespecting it because that is the correct play, but it's dependent when we
Mm.
get into the game because
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff here.
So in terms of lineup, who would you say has the advantage coming into the first game?
I mean, okay, so I think who has the advantage overall is slightly Oli. You know, we
Mhm.
bring like almost triple control. It's really good into feelers. Vi,
Yes.
that deck falls off quite a bit. You know, if you don't have a good lightning light turn, and then yeah, any gen, it's just like it's supposed to be good into thralls, but the skill matchup on that is like really dependent. And right now we're going to be seeing Hymer Jace into Furious Zoe here.
Ooh.
So interesting to see this hand kind of decent. Oh, winding
Yeah.
lights for days. Suji likes to see it. Probably going to throw them away,
Yes.
but yeah, uh, maybe a good omen, right? Good to see, so it can come up later on.
Or maybe they're both on the bottom of your deck and you only have one to play with. You're never gonna know until you draw them, or you don't. But I think in this matchup, like this matchup is quite different from, I mean, Trolls, because with Trolls you can just get, as you mentioned, Ravine for turn 5, for turn 6, depending on who has the attack token, and if they have played the Duskbringer, so they have the petal to get the
You leave
6
me no
mana
recourse.
winning light at that point out, and you just take Ravine and clean the board the turn before. This matchup you don't have that kind of late game removal. You don't have the kind of AoE unless you find like Ruination and you play Ruination on 6, just when the winning light comes down. But you can still, as you mentioned, control the board. You just wait, you pass, and play Production Surge on turn 6.
Yeah, I do agree. I think like the production surge here is nice because you can kind of mitigate both sides of a potential tempo threat from Atheo's Zoe because that's pretty common. But yeah, we get the trifecta off the Feroz. It's something you want to see here. You want refill. You basically want to keep putting up pressure because we're going to be trading resources a lot, and if we can do that while keep pressuring and gaining tempo, we're gonna find a good way to push damage.
Ooh, not the best turret roll from the side of OE. Yes, you have one quick attack turret that can deal damage, can trade down the opponent's board, can take value trades because of course, quick attack, but I think you would have preferred a much wider board.
Right. So there's a couple things you can do here. You can potentially get out of feelers and just say, "Hey, I'm gonna get the value for what it is." Or two, you could hold that dust pedal because you're attacking on evens, right? Because most of the time, if you're attacking on evens, you want the dust pedal because, like you said, winning light is a good card, and if you can play it earlier than usual, that's probably going to be winning you the game.
They forced
Yeah,
us to
turn
choose
6 is
death
what
or the
literally
free.
makes the card from Winding Light become the Winning Light, you know?
Talking about winning light, here it is. It's in the hand, sitting now. Now Sergi knows what to do, right? We need to get this, basically this threat and swarm of a board. Try and make these resources dwindle down from Owie, so we can have a really good pressure play on, 5 to 6. Our hand's a bit weak here, but definitely looks like that's what it's going to go for. And they don't run whale, so they have to try and keep up here.
Yeah, and now you can go down and swing for 4. You're already putting your opponent at 14 damage. You have a lot of refill you can get from your hand. You have, of course, the Downy Turchin, which is gonna cycle your hand. Also, the Pearl Cascade can be a potential, very powerful cycle tool. And now, double Pearl Cascade also helps you potentially save your units from opponent's removals.
Right. So this is still looking decent for Oli.
Mhm.
Even though we're gonna get this winning light out next turn, our board isn't the best. You know, if we maybe Aphelios a bit earlier, we did recognize that we kept Dust Petal and got a bit lucky there finding another one. But stuff like that, maybe potentially finding you a more secure win. A bit scary, because like we said, we have to go for those draws, but yeah, not horrible, and we're probably gonna see this winning light coming out right now.
Yeah, the problem with the
Temperamentalism.
winning light coming down, you are just gonna be able to shock blast 2 of the 4 units. You're gonna go potentially, I think, for the Duskbringer and the Urchin just to play around. I mean, not even, you can just do it on the Ferros on Reggie if you want, because you don't need to play around Pale Cascade since the opponent has only 1 mana. But still, it's gonna be quite a lot of damage coming through from the side of Sergi, but I don't know if it's enough. For sure, the trifecta can help us in the following turn to find potentially like a elusive win condition, a great beyond, a Phoenix, an Immortal Fire.
Right, I definitely agree. So so getting this other winding light in hand is super good for us. We can push some damage here. We're at least pushing 9 because we're probably getting. Actually no. Yeah, I think we push 9 here, right? We pull the Jace.
We are 11. We have 11, 12 attack damage against 6, so we are pushing 6 damage.
So this isn't horrible
He's
either.
pushing 7. He's pushing 6.
We're basically pushing less damage here, 2 less damage, but we keep up the trophies. This is probably correct, and we're talking about Reggie / Feros about picking up this trifecta, and this is the best time to actually have it here because we put enough pressure that Oe is behind, and it allows us to just fill up the board potentially and go for this other winding light.
Yeah, Trifecta of course can have the double, can give you the double option to go for either like the very cheap celestial units, like the trickster, like the messenger, the fangs, the serpent, or just get some late game win condition, for example, the destroyer, the great beyond, the scourge, which are not gonna be so helpful against always deck. I think the best way to go potentially, I think, it's the swarm way, because as you mentioned, we have the second winding light, we have the chomper to help us in doing so. It's gonna be very, very interesting to see what's gonna end up going on. Double piercing darkness is we are not gonna get full value out of it though. This is a bit unfortunate.
Right, if this was just 1 health more, we'd be
Oh.
healing for 10 here. Not a horrible play either, because we're just trading down the board, healing for 5, making
Messenger.
it as small as possible. These are quite nice hits. Moonsilver Messenger.
Do you
really
take the
good.
messenger or the charger here though?
Oh, Charger 100%. I think
Mm-hmm.
Charger's what you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you can go Charger into Winding Light next turn, right? And you're still like somewhat behind.
And here I think you might always go elusive fire just because the double life guts. No, you go actually destroyer because maybe you value the spell shield over being able to revive. This is interesting.
You know what? I really like this from Suji. I think Suji actually understands that they can't go wide anymore. Um, I was thinking maybe we play the other Boom Baboon, and then we hope to top deck like Pyro Cannon, right? And then play Charger into Whining, right? Was what I wanted. But Suji here, trying to just gain value here, pushed 8 damage, made their resources quite dwindle, and seeing if they can kind of just push this game out with a better tempo swing and just a lot of resources to battle out their removal.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here. He could play some Dredger plus Aphelios. He could play the Boom Baboon to get full value out of the some Dredger. You would also be banking 1 mana, which would not burn any mana because you have like you're gonna have 3 banked mana next round. And then of course the next round you could go for the Traveler into some other win condition, and then if you don't find any, you just go the Destroyer. I see a lot of draw into Sergi's end, and I see potentially, yes, removals into Owi's end. We have the Shock Blast, of course, we can play it. It's also going to be doubled by the Jace, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It's actually crazy how much of a potential you can out resource Owie here. Removing this Jace or making you have to like Vengeance this 1-3 is really problematic. Sure, you have a Hiver, but this Jace might need to put you back into the game just because it doubles your spells, right? And that is what you want.
Yeah, that's what you need, especially since you know that the opponent invoked a big Celestial. You know the opponent has some big unit you cannot really answer if you don't have like Vile plus Vengeance or Double Vengeance.
Right. And this Heimer here, even though you can find elusives, if it's another, overwhelm unit, it becomes problematic. And the Aphelios comes out, so even if you had an elusive here, it doesn't matter because you can grab Infernum onto elusive if they play something like Vengeance onto it, right? But Suji here, just trying to go wide as possible, making it really awkward for Oli to get back into this game. If we go wide and we develop a big unit at the same time, you have multiple win cons that stop a lot of potential here for any counterplay.
Yeah, we see always trying, always generating more and more turrets. He's generating potentially more and more value. He's gonna have also another moon weapon from Aphelios. He's getting a lot of value out of these Aphelios actually. One more Calibrum, and this is, as you mentioned, insane value. We also get the Boom Q Rookie. 2 more burn damage from Sergi from the random pool of the Crescentum. And I don't know if we can come back from this. Like this looks pretty doomed actually. Like there are ways to come back, of course. This Shock Blast is like the pristine way to do so, but it's gonna be difficult.
Right, we were talking about this, right? The control deck just can't keep up if you're pumping out more resources that also have a baseline of the unit. And that's what's happening, Suji's just been kind of going 2-for-1s with all this removal. Been generating so many cards here that the double Winding Light play wasn't correct. And he recognized that so early on that they're getting rewarded for it. And we've been saying this, right? Suji is such a, strategical player and has a really good understanding of matchups that we're seeing it right now and has been playing this, in-game almost perfectly.
Yeah, I actually like he recognized the line that we see now, like the swarm with Celestial potentially, like refill your end continuously with, of course, all your units and your cycle tools. That I'm baffled. Like he literally did the 5-head move, the 10-head move actually. Like he played almost perfectly every single line.
We're running a suit up. Hello. Well,
Yes,
that's huge. That's
the
huge. You can just you can just Pyro Cannon and Winding Line, and then you have a suit up. What the heck? That's actually insane. You suit
Yeah.
up first. Oh man, that's actually nuts.
Yeah, this is so strong actually. Ooh, and are we getting? Ooh, I don't know. Why didn't he get production surge? We potentially found more blockers, more stuff.
You need the vengeance here, and I don't think you can have them on another winding
That's
light.
true.
Suji plays the Poro here, sets him up. Owi now has to respect the winding light right now with this vial, or if they pass, it's going to be scary. And we know on the counterplay that this suit up is going to be actually a disaster for Owi if they go for the vial. And they do. We're going to just see this
No,
suit up.
this is terrible. This is actually terrible. This is gonna be
We
the suit up saving the Poro.
Yeah, we could even pass him and just play another one, but no, we just play this as well. Still correct, and we're gonna see this winding light here push a lot of damage.
Yeah,
We're
because
gonna
we one more damage. We play another one, and then we can play potentially Winding Light if we want. Or we
yeah,
could just play Winding Light now. It's basically the same thing. We get the full value of the Winding Light, +2/+1, and Overwhelm to all the board. And now I don't know how we can survive this.
yeah, we pull the Heimer here. We push at least 3 damage if they block the 3/3. We have a lot of 4/2s, a 3/3, 3/2 that pushes 2 damage. Uh, I can't do quick maths. This vengeance is interesting, so I don't know if this is actually lethal. It has to be, but I think we're slightly off.
I don't know if it's lethal. It may not be lethal because it's 25 damage minus 5, so it's 20, 16, 13, 14 damage actually, if we don't use anything. It's 14 damage.
Right, and then this vengeance comes out. Zero, being the EU player you are and doing proper maths, while I sit back in the Americas scene and just say, if they have it, they have it. And we get this vengeance out. We know from Suji's side that they probably did the maths there and says, hey, I'm still going for this long run. I'm taking out your 7-2 that could kill me here. I'm not really caring about other things, and I'm going to still go late game.
Honestly, I would do that too if I have a Traveler plus a Destroyer in hand, plus a Vi. I think this line is correct because we have a lot of draw and a lot of search into bigger win conditions.
Right? Like, it's just really good. They understand the resource battle and playing this really well. Not only that, but because we're getting this extra damage, it makes this destroyer a lot nicer. And yeah, Obi here almost finding lethal. We're pretty happy with Laporo. So I think Obi can still win here though, because we have this potential. Wow, we find the Jace.
my
I was going to talk
God.
about the acceleration, but the Jace into double acceleration here is going to call it quits on Surgy. It doesn't matter how well they play this game. This Jace into acceleration will be the absolute, downfall for Surgy. I don't know how
It's
you
not
come
lethal
back.
at 100%. It's not lethal at 100%. Let's be clear. We can still get excited, the elusive, if we need to, because we could fear the elusive getting, for example, overwhelm. We can get excited Heimerdinger, we can get excited with turret. We have tools, but it's
Right.
gonna be close.
Okay, I did get a bit excited here, a bit too much. There is outs here. You're right. Oe was smart with a grapple, wants to push the lethal here. Suji here, this get excited pickup's really nice, right? Because even though they make one more turret and can push more damage, because we can get excited on the elusive, we're still not dying. So it does come down to a bit of a snowball with what keywords you get, and you're only getting one keyword because you prioritize the shuffle.
Ooh, the life steal!
It's dependent on how big this destroyer is, because that lifesteal might just call it quits here. It doesn't matter how if you're dealing overwhelm damage. It doesn't matter if you're dealing an extra elusive damage. This lifesteal could get you out of destroyer range.
Okay, to be fair, we have to see because Destroyer is pretty big. Like we have played a lot of Celestial Cults this game already. We have another blocker in the Zoe. The problem is Jace swinging in. We have to not block Jace, but Jace can actually pull. Jace growing also gets rid of one destroyer damage. And of course we have to block basically everything.
It's all right. I can wait.
Right.
Reconsider.
Yeah, we don't know what the destroyer is, but this is we have to get almost everything out. These are the potential. Okay.
I think this is the GG swing. I think this was the GG swing. I don't really know if Sergi can come back from this. It's pretty tilting though, because we mentioned it multiple times. He played very, very well this game. Destroyer comes down, it's only a 10 attack unit. And it
So-
doesn't even matter.
Yeah, there was a crazy line to say, hey, maybe I had to go down to 1 and keep the winding light on board. But I'm not too sure if that's the case, because you lose the Mystic. But hey, at the same time, could have been what you had to go for. We know that this destroyer is not winning, and they're going to be winning next turn anyway, right? But pretty heads up, probably didn't matter anyway. Oh, you're just going to remove the Zolly because, hey, I can just keep playing this well. And the surrender comes out from Sergi here. Really well played. I honestly didn't know how that game was going to end. That was almost impeccable from both players. So yeah, really, really well played.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you top deck your main engine, like your two main engines on the board, and you top deck the winning condition in the Jace. Plus, of course, we saw the acceleration gate. By the way, still nerfed. So in theory, like next patch, that acceleration gate is gonna give 2 elusive turrets to Emmerdinger, not just one. So that would have been a very, very Monka-esque situation for Sergi. He tried to control the board as much as he could. He tried to control the game as much as he could, but it was not enough. And we're gonna see the second game now. Sergi queuing again is Zoe v Aphelios deck, while Owi is gonna show us his Thrall deck list.
Right. And Sushi had to get that win with Ophelia Zoe when they could. It was really close because if they did, Oli would have been in a really weird spot. Because you have I'm pretty sure Red Viego on the other side, unless they banned it. No, they banned it, right? So you have the other deck, which is pretty good into Oli's lineup. So yeah, it's really good that they get the win out here, and we're gonna see some great magic from Oli, I reckon.
Yeah, and we already start to see all the cooldown discounts on the landmark. And that Talia, very, very scary. Turn 5 Talia here. We have the tech token on evens, so turn 6 we're gonna have the Trolls attacking immediately on open, and that is gonna be very, very, very scary. We have literally everything to do that. We have Lissandra to play now, to have Lissandra leveled up when it's gonna be time to have our Nexus staff and protect ourselves from a lot of damage. And if you check, literally with the time in a bottle, we can have everything that we want, and especially not even with time in a bottle, but especially with with imagined possibilities. We're gonna have trials for our defense turn.
Right, I was just gonna say it could have been a potential int to play 4-1-1 there, because we had Talia in hand. So looking at it like this, if we had a promising top deck or anything else, this would have helped us a lot to Talia. Because we can't actually promising future now. Not promising, but the countdown now, because then it pops right and we can't Talia. But the imagined possibility here is a save and grace, and it means you can still get 2 fulls out of 6 on your attack token.
Yeah, Imagine Possibility is actually super, super strong card. I've seen it also teched in Sandisk decks at the moment, because Sandisk flips always at 8 if you don't play any landmark discount for the cooldown. But many players don't realize that if you just stack one Imagine Possibility, or even 2 Imagine Possibilities, you can get the landmark much faster down, and it can be so
Yeah.
powerful, especially since you also help Xerath most of the time leveling up.
This is really good for Oli. We talked earlier. If you're a good Frolls player, you're gonna be doing a lot of damage on certain swing turns, and Oli recognizes this, finds the predict with the Sands of Time. You're probably gonna take some damage here and imagine possibilities into Talia, and then you possibilities. I mean, not possibilities. Sorry, Sands of Time to get 3 Frolls out next turn.
Yeah.
But we are taking a lot of damage. So if they do Sands of Time, I respect it. I'm not too against it, but
They
Hey,
could.
no,
If
actually,
they
you
do send
you
us time,
Sands
it's
of Time.
fine.
Yeah. You Sands of Time now, and you can still Talia, right? Because the Imagines possibilities works with the whole board. So yeah, actually, this is really nice. Suji here, trying to capitalize on that, understanding if you Sands of Time now, I'm going to kill your Lissandra, and that's really awkward for Oe, because you want those nice eye shards. But talking about an explosive turn here, we're getting 3 Frolls. So
Also means 24 damage on attack declaration, and this means full blocks from Sergis Ramos to even survive.
right, so we're not dead here yet, which is actually really good for Sergi. But I don't know how you're winning here, right? Because a great way to beat Ophelios Zoe is removing or pressuring to a point where you're losing all your units because you just can't keep up afterwards, right? Because you get to a point where you need to make a big board and have Lining Light to win the game from that standpoint, and it's just almost impossible. So Ollie here, making them probably trade all their good units is not good for Sergi, and why Fools are so favored in this matchup.
There is to be said that one troll is gonna die immediately. One troll is gonna be traded down because you block it with the champ, with the bomb. You just block it and then you calibrum. So one threat goes away, one blocker goes away from next turn. But from side of Sergi, we don't see the very important win condition in the winning light. So that's not there yet. We don't have any more discarding tool outside of this. Get excited. At the next turn, if we develop, Lissandra comes down.
Right. The main reason here is so like yeah, the main reason here of why Fools are so good is because you just put so much pressure where you lose the board, like we were saying. And even though we lose this Thrall here, it kind of just comes down to how do I not lose from this point, right? Because Oe needs one Thrall to really win this game. They're not on any hushes. They're not on any moonlight. The silence 2 cards. So it's really hard for them to come back, and it all just comes down to Oli being defensive here. And saying that, I think we're going to see this Lissandra here, and it makes any potential threat now abysmal for Sergi. We saw the Winding Light. We have a Dust Pedal? No, we don't have a Dust Pedal, right? So there's no way we can get this out.
Nope, no way.
Yeah, no way. So even then, even then, Suji's gonna do what they can, and I don't want to prolong this longer than it has to be, and we're gonna see the potential downfall of Suji. Oli taking up this win here, and yeah, really well played.
Yeah, really well played, but from the production team, they actually tell us that TA washed up heroes and specifically Kurashi 3 odd Team Deep Sasket. So that means that the winner of this series, the winner of 2.5 Men versus Super Sprout, is gonna play against Washed Up Heroes in the grand finals. And Washed Up Heroes, I think, that they're really looking for their second title after winning the European Master.
Yeah, I bet. So yeah, there's a lot of line here. Is it 2? It's 2 and 2, right? We're going to the last sets of players.
No, this would be 2-1 for Sprout. This is gonna be like this is a reverse sweep from the 1-0. It's gonna be almost reverse sweep 2-1.
Right. Yeah, somewhat. Somewhat. Oli could be keep winning here. And yeah, Pioneer's here. Great player. So it's all on them. I know in the past they've done really well, and it's quite crazy that this second to last or last game is going to come down to two seasonal champions. Talk about the best playing the best, right?
Yes.
Holy moly!
Literally the best in the best, the ones that actually played in the top 32 of the region and came out victorious in the regional tournaments. GG here for Rowie. There is no way to prevent this lethal. I feel like Sergi is gonna try to look for more answers, look for potentially another burn top deck, something to stay alive, but there is not gonna be any out for him. No outcome that can let him win, and so always seasonal champion will take down Sergi Vamos, and the series is gonna be 2-1 for now for Super Sprout.
Yeah, really well played from Oli. We thought that game was going to be pretty bad at the start. Sergi recognizing how they could have a lot of resources to battle out the control deck, but at the end of the day, Oli got that win, got the Thralls win, and is going to take it to versus Piners in a really intense battle.
Yeah, really intense. But for this best of three, this is everything. We are gonna come back in 5 minutes with the fourth best of three of today, which is gonna be, of course, Owi versus Paynas. And just see you soon. And I hope we're gonna see, and I think we're gonna see some wonderful Legends of Runeterra with two seasonal champions clashing against each other.
See you soon.
Hello. We are back with the fourth series of today, where two seasonal champions are gonna clash against each other to see if the series is gonna end with a Super Sprout victory or is gonna be tied 2-2, waiting for the fifth and last best of three to be played. I'm so excited. Like, really, we saw Owi play and it was so clean, and now we're gonna see another seasonal champion play. I expect literally the most banger game of today.
Right. I would say this whole sets have been really clean. Uh, Gouda Daddy, really good. Suzy, super clean. Oli as well, been playing out of their mind. And here we see Pinez on a pretty interesting lineup. I haven't seen Pantheon been played much, but hey, this isn't that bad into Oli. We have quite a few things here that can kind of get the win, especially when Oli's on a double to triple control lineup.
Yeah, especially since we know what big slot machine can Pantheon keywords be. Like, literally, if you roll elusive scout, you just win any matchup basically. Like, that the game winning. Like, it's the key that can help you open every single matchup in this game, especially against control. Because if you roll like spell shield, scout, and elusive, there's just nothing that control can do to stop you. Literally, you win. You just win. And here we see,
Yeah,
as you mentioned, a double Demacia plus the Viego mid-range deck from Pena. So a very Demacian lineup in a way, because I think also Viego is a little reminiscent of how Demacia play, even though the win conditions are completely different. Like, Demacia has no overwhelm. Demacia, of course, has no atrocity, but still it goes very big on board, wants to trade down the opponents, attack, 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 and eventually win.
right. So man, this Bard Poppy list. We saw a lot of Bard Galio originally, but they realized it might be a bit too slow. This
Mm.
Poppy here becomes quite the quite the significant pressure tool here, especially against control. Uh, Prodigy from the Omega Gaming team just popularized this recently, hitting a rank one, and has been doing some great work on the Americas shard, and it's been getting picked up by almost everyone. Parnas here loves Demacia, picks up this deck, and it's just such a great bring, especially into Oi's lineup.
Yeah, and we already talked about always lineup, but we're gonna have to see what always gonna ban from the side of Penas. I think Pantheon ban would be like the safe ban to not play against any kind of scam from Pantheon's keyword. You don't want to take any chances, but instead he's gonna just go and ban the Viego, because Viego has a decent matchup into Trolls anyway, and can match Trolls very, very well. Not Trolls, can
Oh
match
yeah.
FTR anyway.
I don't know about
Mm.
matching rules. I think trying to be decent into rules is a really bad idea. And if Pinus kind of gets baited with the idea of trying to be good into rules,
Yeah.
it's actually gonna be problematic because you might have just did the incorrect ban here. Be like, hey, Jace Heimer isn't actually a good deck, and I can just be good into that, right? Now you're thinking, hey, maybe I'm like decent into thralls. I've been playing against bad players on ladder, and I'm like, yeah, I win this matchup all the time. But when you have a good thralls player, and we saw Oli was like pretty decent with it last match, it becomes super super scary.
Yeah. Either way, your idea could also be like, I lose from Trolls, or even if I'm evenly matched, I'm fine losing into Trolls because I win against the other deck. But in this case, like, FTR is a pretty resilient deck list. Like, it has a lot of weakened conditions, especially because now they also play Buried in Ice plus It That Starts combo, which is super super powerful removal. Uh, and I don't know if we can say that we reliably win against FTR.
Right, I do agree. I think like FTR just in general is a decent deck. I've said it again and I'll say it another time. Oli is great on control. Um, so even though Pantheon looks somewhat bad for control, if played right, Oli can definitely take the win. Because I think a lot of people play that matchup wrong and kind of against FTR.
Yeah, we have to see what Penas and Owe are gonna do though, because we know that they're two amazing players. But maybe the pressure Maybe always already the second series is playing today. Maybe they're a bit tired. We're gonna see if there's anything that can move this kind of status quo that we have, where two good players have kind of similar lineups in a way, like in the matchups. But Owi for sure can be favored if he plays his decks right.
Right, and talking about a good hand from Oli, doesn't throw anything away. This is
Okay.
what you want to see. You have Lissandra, you have Promising Future, and you have some countdowns to start the ball rolling. And Pioneers, on the other hand, does not have a hand you want to see. Has the opposite, only spells here. This is scary if we don't pick anything up. Oh, Preticide though is quite the nice pickup.
Yeah. And the other very, very strong thing that we have to mention about Owi right now is that he has attack token on odds. Okay, attack token on odds, especially with Promising Future and with Time in a Bottle without any imagine possibilities, is still super strong because you're gonna have your landmarks open, your landmarks available on open right now on turn 7. Maybe even faster if we can use the Sands of Time. But yeah, definitely in this matchup, Penas cannot punish a Promising Future in any way. And it's still the same thing. Like, if multiple trials comes down at the same time, it's gonna be very, very difficult for Penas to deal with.
Right. So this matchup should be played a bit more conservatively, but it's dependent on how it goes. We didn't see Saga Seeker on 1, so they're not scaling well. So it means that you can kind of go for this, double Thralls play. But ideally, what you have to do is find almost, a what do you call it? A herd of Thralls, basically. You want as much Thralls out on one turn, and that usually seals the deal. And if you don't do that, that's how Pantheon kind of gets this win here.
Yeah, we see potentially we have two trials coming down next turn. So maybe from there, since we haven't found many other ways to flip landmarks, we have another Time in a Bottle. We have another Predict, so we might go and look for maybe a Thalia. But right now, Promising Future into Time in a Bottle next turn might be our best play. I don't know though. We will have to see.
Yeah, I don't hate looking for a Talia here, because we're attacking on odds, right? So it goes down to 2. Then we Promising, and then we Talia that following turn. It's not horrible. Then you can find another fallout with the other one. But yeah, it's dependent, right? If we see, we're basically going to see how good OE is, depending on where they place and when they place this Promising Future.
Yeah, from the other side, Penas wondering what
This
to do with
falling
this
piece of our
Lissandra.
plan.
Is wondering, do I actually challenge Lissandra with the 1-5? Do I actually challenge Lissandra with the 0-3 and not trade her down? Or maybe I just play
I've got your back.
another Breasted Protector on the Petrified Broodwing to protect him from damage, to have another 5 health unit to swing with.
Right? And we're talking about how bad Pinus's hand was, but they've kind of just gone in the different direction of play here, saying, "Hey, I don't need to go tall. Let's just go wide."
Yeah,
And,
he's
that's
saying if I
definitely
don't
what's happening.
fated, I make my other units look like fated units.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're seeing right now. Somewhat scary, honestly, for Oe. It gives you less time. Yeah, like maybe you are forced to actually go for these 2 Thralls here, and I think this is what Ollie's thinking about. Because Ollie does recognize, I think, with this amount of time, they're thinking about that they have to get wider here, but they just can't, they can't really take this much damage anymore.
The thing is, if you go for the Promising Future play into Time in a Bottle next round, you also have Lissandra leveled up. Which doesn't mean much because Lissandra is just going to be traded down by a single combat, but still forces out a single combat, potentially still forces out 3 health out of the Petrified Broodwing.
Right. Owie here, recognizing the situation, and says, hey, I do need a Promising here. Not horrible, honestly, due to the board state. Gets these 2 Thralls out, finds a Promising Future on the top, or Sands here to get the other one out. and we'll probably see the Lissandra coming down while we're attacking with these 2 thralls.
This is pretty difficult. I think you still go potentially for the Sense of Time, even though Sense of Time at the moment are not doing much in terms of preventing damage. Because Formidable, of course, very, very, very strong keywords, because doesn't care about Frostbite and doesn't care about Sense of Time. You might still go for it though, because you need more Trolls, you need more blockers and attackers.
Right. So yeah, this concerted here almost what you want to see. We don't run flash, so it doesn't matter. Also can't play around flash because they're doored on both of their formidable units. But yeah, we're gonna see a concerted come out here, kill one of the thralls while taking at least 6 damage depending on this attack here. But maybe I don't know. I assume what they're doing here is blocking with a 3-2 and then killing it with Petrified next turn.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. This leaves though open for us to play the Lissandra, which can be very, very, very strong to deal with formidable units. Because of course she generates ice shards and ice shards. Not only get health points out of a formidable unit, but also of course attack points because of how formidable as a keyword works. So here we're gonna see, of course, 5 mana committed. And of course, no way to stop this from the side of Owie. Penas knows that even if Owie played Flash Freeze, that wouldn't matter. I mean, doing like this, it would matter actually.
Yeah, I mean, so the Ice Shard doesn't actually matter because it also damages the false.
No, but
So-
in terms of like keeping Lissandra alive, like if the opponent,
Oh, right.
like opponent never challenges Lissandra. But if, for example, does Zenith Blade on the other Thrall plus Lissandra, you can just on the stack you just play the Ice Shard, then you force another thing.
Right. So yeah, I don't hate the Zen if we get the Lissandra out.
Mhm.
Really good recognition there. Man, this formidable tech is really smart by Pinus. You know, one thing the 2.5 men do really well is making matchups better if they think it's any concern. And I think they've understood how Petricite can hit multiple matchups here, and it hits fools almost horrifically. You know, Sands of Time doesn't do anything. This Flash Freeze doesn't do anything. And if you spend all your mana just to get one one Petricite out of here, you're not really doing much next turn, right? Because you can't really set up, you can't do any great, power plays at all.
Yeah, and you really feel that now from now on for Howie it's gonna be super super awkward, especially since Pantheon is gonna come down this turn, the Troll is no more. You have a Sense of Time, which can come in handy to get one more Troll, but without Promising Future double, it's just gonna be 1/8/8, which is easily killable by Pinus deck from now on. Especially since Fated units, and we see the Pantheon is in hand, can be easily get very, very big and can easily deal with one single Troll.
Right. I also actually like not Xenophing here. I'm saying it's a good play, but the Ice Shard does just stop that because Lysandra does not get hit. But yeah, the name of the game right now is removing your thralls and hoping you don't have better refill. And the pressure turn with these Petricides early made this happen. Because Owie really wanted a promising future later with Talia to go super wide, but these Petricides actually were the downfall for Owie in the mid game.
Yeah, no way. We didn't even see Talia, but even if we did, I don't think we would have had the time to develop the Talia plus everything that we needed. And here, of course, we play the Ice Shield because our Nexus is tough, we don't care, we only have one unit, we damage the Passive Broadwing from the opponent's side, and we start putting some pressure potentially on Penas, but we see Pantheon. The Pantheon is gonna be super strong. I think it's so close leveling up.
Right. Pantheon should be leveling up soon. we have guidings here. Probably gonna cycle the guidings or just cycle your Zenith. You can also try and kill off the Sandra this turn. Not horrible, not the best play, but it's something to think about. I prefer not to, but yeah, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know because the thing is, if Pinus doesn't get rid of the Lissandra immediately, Lissandra gives more value, of course, gives more ice shards, which can damage more and more the Petrified Broadwing, get rid of the threat that maybe, at least right now, against the Lissandra, but of course you would have to invest 4 mana to get rid of the Petrified. Like, 4 mana are a lot of mana.
Right. Not only that, but removing one Lissandra also means potentially Entombed out of the question. Because
Yeah.
double Lissandra hands are pretty problematic for Pantheon, you know, but at the same time, it's also a crutch for the Fools Player because if they have something like double Pantheon or if you entomb the Pantheon, it just gets absolutely increasing amount of keywords.
Didn't they fix it?
Uh,
I think
Potentially.
I think they fixed it. Honestly, I don't know why, but I feel like someone told me it got fixed as an interaction, so it doesn't get double keywords anymore when spawns out of an entomb. I may be wrong though. I may be wrong. May still get double keywords because it's another summon. But the thing is,
This
Pantheon
won't
says
impede
when
on
I
our
level up, I get
plans.
the keywords, so I don't really know. Mm,
Right.
it's kind of
Well, we'll
yeah.
we'll see if it happens, right? But right now this is looking quite interesting from both. I think always trying to regain the gas from the previous turns and is really hoping that they can't, you know, capitalize on us being a bit slower than normal.
Yeah, instead of you find Ravine, but Ravine is not what you want to see at this point in the game. You would have liked to see Ravine at turn 4 potentially to stop the
We
aggression of these Petrified Broadwings, to
we
damage
actually
them.
have sorry, we actually have lethal here. On his side, he actually has lethal. Oh no, we can't entomb. Never mind. Sorry to
No,
cut you
no,
off.
no.
I thought we had lethal.
Yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Because I thought, yeah, I thought as well about okay, but we can actually get the Thrall out immediately, but we cannot entomb because we do not have the mana. We would have needed 6 mana, and with 6 mana, yes, it's lethal. But even then, if we play entomb, the opponent can just play the spell shield.
Yep, that is true. Might have had to be the play on Ollie's side, sadly. Because you use so much gas earlier on, you're kind of forced to. But yeah, Pine's here probably taking the block on either Lissandra or on Frols. If you do it on the Lissandra, it's a bit more dicey. But yeah, we'll see. I think he's not too horrible about, you know, doing either play.
Yeah. Let's see what he ends up doing. For sure, he has to answer it because it's a declaration of lethal. Let's see what he does. He's thinking about it. Always thinking about it actually. How to declare the attack, if to declare the attack immediately, to develop more, to develop maybe the Ravine, but I don't think there is any reason to. And actually, the block on the Lissandra seems to be the way Penis wants to play this. And even if, and they know, of course, they're gonna play the Ice Shard, but there is, of course, the Bastion, as we mentioned multiple times, to stop the play.
Right. So it's not horrible here. I was thinking about this and I actually like hitting it on the floor. The main reason for this is because my Petricide could potentially die.
Mhm.
I know we can see on their side that that's not the case, but if my Petricide dies, I can't really go for a Pantheon line and like Catalysm, right? But if I damage the full low enough, I can kind of find a potential on lethal if I have to, because it's getting pretty dicey where you could be going for the route where you're trying to end the game. I don't like know if it's the correct line, but I don't think this is incorrect either.
No, I think this might actually be the correct line. Let's see. Okay, it comes through. Oh, we accepts. Doesn't need to play this card just yet. the Ice Shard, and I think Pantheon might be leveled up or might be one off. I think it's either one off, it's 4 out of 5, or already leveled. Let's check, and it's 4 out of 5.
Right. Yeah, so I really like this play because you can't really Ice Shard into Ravine anymore, right? You lose your Thrall. Also, it means that you have a potential to actually kill off their own units with Catalysm. So yeah, I really like this play. This Yuumi gonna come down as well and gonna make Pantheon quite juicy. You know, quite the win con for Pinus on his end.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 6-5 next turn. 7-6 with the level up that is gonna come through now. We see it happening. Oh, coming down to Runeterra. Now the keyword Lottery is here. And yes,
Scout, Spell Shield. Okay.
Special Scout, Lifesteal, and Tough.
Right.
Okay.
So the spell shield doesn't matter much because of this Ice Shard. Only here, keep the Ice Shard as long as possible for this potential of a possibility and gets rewarded for it. We're singling now. I don't hate that either. We heal up a lot. I know that.
The problem is gonna be that now, since Ice Shard is not here anymore, we're gonna have potentially the Three Sister, the Flash Freeze, to go and block the Pantheon next turn with the Thrall.
Right, but this is what they're doing now. They're going, hey, you can't use this Flash Freeze aggressively to block anything, and you can't even entomb. You know, and I have spell shield next turn, which
Yeah,
plays
this makes-
around burst speed. You know.
Yeah, this makes super sense. This makes super sense because now you can just, as you mentioned, declare the attack with the spell shield so that you're playing around any possible burst speed spell like Fresh Freeze. I mean, only Flash Freeze basically. And yeah, I think it's gonna be the game. I think it's gonna be the game. It's gotta be the game unless we top deck something incredible, but we don't. And this might as well be the game.
If we wanted to be specific here, I think you actually just kill off the Lysandra so they don't have another Bastion spell shield procker. But like that could change the game potentially. You know, like we see the Talia here, so if they can't get through. But hey, they go, hey, I'm not gonna misplay. I'm gonna play my Bastion now. Oli here on the chance of like entombing.
Yeah, this is not lethal. This is not lethal. This is not lethal. This is gonna be.
Yeah, it's not lethal, so you're still fine with this. But the catalysm is gonna be threatening it, right?
Yes. We have to entomb, and from the entomb we can actually wait. We got the Talia in top that we can actually win.
Yeah, that's. Oh. So I was thinking about ice sharding and tombing there, and then trying to find a miracle really, because we can't let them heal for this much.
This game though, taking a lot of the players' time on the timer. We see both players are in below 0 with their timer, and this is gonna become pretty dicey for them going into game 2, especially since whoever loses game 1 is the one to be looking for a win condition for next game immediately, because if the game ever goes to timer, whoever wins first game wins the best of 3 for second, if it happens on second game.
Yeah, I'm confused why we just didn't ice shard earlier. We just ice shard into entomb earlier.
Yeah, we would have just prevented a lot of damage and maybe even declared one potential lethal. Ooh, okay, we got a Thrall.
They are my people.
This is so big.
Oh, if only played this well.
This is lethal. This is GG.
Point the way, and I'll take
Yeah, but it could have been better. I'm like, because they wouldn't have healed for 11. You wouldn't have took that much damage.
Let's see if
But
there is
yeah,
some unit top deck. Unit top deck might save him. And unit top saves him.
is that still a? No, we have avalanche.
No, we have Avalanche. It's still lethal because Talia alone represents 10 damage. Okay, Talia alone is 10 damage.
Yep, and we're
Think
forcing all their resources out. But what do they draw? So they draw here the hello, guiding. Is that will they do
Another-
it?
Oh my god. They have sharp sight. They have sharp sight. We are forcing everything out of Penas. We're forcing literally everything, and I don't think it's gonna be enough for always with little. I don't think it's enough. Let's see. This is gonna be super interesting, but I don't think because we have 11 damage at best. I
Yeah,
mean,
no,
a
this
little
is
bit
not
more. No, no, no.
lethal.
We have 11 plus 4. It's 15 damage.
Yeah, sadly, this isn't lethal. Oli here didn't just entomb Ice Shard. There was no counterplay to it. They got most of their single combats concerted out already, and that's actually going to cost you the game. You almost could have won here, and it's just wait. No shot. Is this lethal? No, no, no. Wait. 12?
Wait.
No, we're one off, right? No, no, we have
Uh,
lethal here.
No, it's little because it's little. This is no, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe
Finance
it.
here just through. We fought. Oh my goodness. We
But
thought
that's
this
just
was
through the
the
game.
only side, but 20
Oh my
damage.
god.
It doesn't matter. Finance struggles and he takes the win for game one. Holy moly! What type of events did we just freaking witness?
We should do this
We've
more
seen the one out. This is like the Infinity War
Whoa.
situation. This is okay. I'm telling you what this is. This is Infinity War. Doctor Strange
don't know.
scouting every possible future and saying,
man.
"How many did we win?
I don't know.
One." This is the one out that could have won always the game, and of course, Penas can we say that kind of through the game, but in his defense, he doesn't see the hands. We have caster visions. We see everything that can happen. We see every possible lines that the player can play based on their current cards. But of course,
Yeah.
Penas wasn't thinking about the 2 mana, the Clockwork Curator, and that won with the game. And now all we won, and has 2 chances to win with his FTR decklist.
Yeah, what a turn of events, really. We thought Owie was, playing a bit too loose, missed one thing, but Finance, on the other hand, also maybe a bit too much stress or nerves on their brain, on their mind, and we just saw it then for a crazy amount of events. And now that pickup by Owie is something special because this matchup played well by both players. FTR can definitely take the win.
Yeah,
I know.
let's definitely see. Starting end of Pantheon, okay, looks pretty good. Like we have Saga Seeker, we have also the way to proc the Fate on Saga Seeker on turn 2 with the Breastplate Protector, and of course the Petrified Broadwing. Okay, a pretty good start for Pantheon.
Not horrible. So, depending how fast this match goes, this kind of comes down to, an early faded unit and Yumi. If you have an early faded unit and Yumi, you just keep attacking with that Yumi, make them use their resources, and slow play Pantheon. But the problem is, if you don't find Yumi, your hands become a lot more problematic because they can deal with one Pantheon pretty well, and you're kind of forced to play it early, right? Because if you don't have early pressure, that means FTR can kind of exploit that and play Feel the Rush, or your Trundle into some crazy Trinamere players or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like especially since we mentioned it, like FTR now is much stronger than it was like in the previous metas. Like it has a lot of tools. It has been improved a lot. Like the list is super refined, and especially Owi, like we mentioned it multiple. I think this is like the 7th time we mention it. Like he is an OG control player, so I expect him to play this matchup like kind of flawlessly.
Yeah, I agree. I think like on Oi's side, he plays control so well. Pinus here also likes Demacia, and plays it pretty well as well. But I think honestly, I think Oi here might just win due to their impeccableness on their playstyle.
Okay,
But
here, what do you do? Because here you have 2 options. Do you Vile Feast? No, okay, you just ramp. Okay. That was my option. Do you actually Vile Feast to not ramp and ramp next round? So you have a potential, you have 1 more turn of ramp, or you just ramp immediately to have one mana gem forever, more than the opponent. You just go wider, you let the trade go. And I think this was the way better play because you don't really care about the voices. You just need the voices to get to your catalyst of eons faster, and that's what we did.
Yeah, I agree. We need to just try and hope to ramp into FTR as fast as possible. Because yeah, if they don't have a good board or if their board's quite small, this FTR just closes out the game. But Pioneers here, almost being quite a hybrid version of Pantheon, being a lot more aggressive. And, these Petricides have been doing in work and talking about aggression here, just saying, hey, I don't care if you have multiple units, I'm going to try and push as much damage as I can.
Yeah, I'm checking FTR decklist from OE, and it does run only one Ruination, doesn't run any form of Buried in Ice. Doesn't run any Buried in Ice. So the only like late game area of effect removal is one copy of Ruination. Runs, of course, 2 copies of Field Rush.
Right. So we see the 2-1 dying here, and Owie just goes, hey, I'm going to get this free down. Petricide has a tougher time to value trade. These Petricides have been so versatile and, kind of swinging the game early, especially with lines like these. So I really like this play. Try and force this just Petricide to die from a swing. And yeah, looks quite nice here. You have the Zenith, you have the White Flame. Looking to shape out to a pretty decent game on both ends.
Yeah, instead of Pinus, the most important thing, other than just pushing damage, might just be getting those fated stuff rolling. And this turn, it can be quite awkward, because I don't know if you want to play another Zenith Blade on this Saga Seeker, since it has already Overwhelm, and I don't know if you want to risk any kind of single combat, because the opponent might have open flash freezes. So you just attack into them, you just deal 7 damage, and I think you're content with it. But then you wait to see what they do, and then you might actually go for the fated proc.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. You can even do something crazy here in Bastion. Not the correct play,
So,
but definitely a wild play to say the least.
I mean, now that would be quite interesting, though. Like now, Bastion on the Petri site would be quite interesting. I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's worth, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, I always say this to throw out because there's another axis of WinCon here, and it's actually just going wide and putting as much pressure as possible. So that's why I like the Bastion play, right? But you have like single here to be okay, and Fredden, even later on. Um, that does get punished by a flash freeze, but if you can get the flash freeze out earlier, that's pretty good for you, right? Because 1, you can't proc like Pantheon if it rolls Spell Shield. 2, you can't even make Pantheon be 0 attack.
Yeah. And honestly, like, this is a pretty good attack still for Penis, pushing 7 damage in, like putting the opponent much under the threat of Phantom Decay. Here accepts it, doesn't still trade the Tavern Keeper. But now let's see, because I don't know if Owi plays the Sentry, and now he's under now he's under single combat, and Pinus knows it. So maybe Pinus is just gonna play Dragon, and then gonna go for single, or just gonna Zenith Blade again. Dragon plus single on the Spiderling would be quite interesting.
Right, we have to be somewhat conservative of our Zeniths, I think. The main reason is because if we do get a nice Ruination here, right, and they do overextend, you only have 1 more Zenith to go off. And that becomes really problematic because how long this game goes, the more Zeniths you need, right? Because you get to a point where you can just make chumpers or just units in general to block, and you really need those overwhelms to just make that line of defense not be a possibility.
Yeah. And let's remind everyone, always on match point. If he wins this game, he wins the series. He wins everything. He goes to the finals against Team Hydra Washed Up Heroes. But if Penas wins, Penas has to play another series against the last member of Team Sprout, against Sokoi. So this is basically all or nothing for Penas. He really has to win here to let this team go forward with the tournament.
Right. This is honestly, it could be anyone's game. You know, the Pantheon's still not leveled.
Three
Quite
out of
close to
five.
it.
3 out of 5.
Yeah. So it's still close to it, but we're getting this Trundle out. It's dependent on what Pantheon rolls and if we can find our removal. Because bear in mind, wow, you know, we're saying, hey, I don't want to accidentally roll Spell Shield when I can just get it. Loses to a few things like to Vile Feast, but I guess that's okay. You want to keep it with Xenon Blade in case, not horrible. But yeah, Ollie's just not finding their removal. Only Flash Freezes here. Really, really awkward position for Ollie.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you attack. I wonder if you attack with. I wonder if you just attack plus like Pale, because okay, Pale not cycling is bad, but if you attack and then you can Cataclysm, you can Cataclysm and you roll the Scout keyword, you get 3 attacks in one turn.
I stand this thing. A man against
Yeah, I
nobody.
don't think this play is correct. I kind of like the single here. If we just attack, right, we see their blockers. That is, you know, pushing lethal, right? So they have to block. Then we single whatever's in front of the Pantheon. They can't like double freeze. We only lose to Vengeance Vile, but we know they don't have Vile because they would have probably done it last turn.
Mhm.
So that also leaves up a Catalyst as well, and you have exact mana for those players with Pale. So
Yeah. How strong is that Pantheon can have double fate proc when he levels up? Like that's super strong. You basically give him +1 another +1/+1 for free. That's always been one thing that like super weird for me. Because it
right.
counts as another card, of course. It's like Aphelios. Like Aphelios gives you another weapon when he levels up. But it's still super, super strong.
Yeah, I don't mind the extra proc, but this is really tough now, giving another action to your opponent just so they could play that whale. Because I think you would be in such a commanding spot that you're almost threatening to a point where they have to either top deck FTR or they're just dead, right?
Yep.
Because if you don't Zenith there, you just single and then you have the spell seal that can't be procced by a specific amount of cards, and that's like decent. But now we've got the flash freeze out from Ollie here.
Look out for Reavers.
And I think you have to, in a way. Maybe you're letting it through, but I think most likely you just go and flash freeze the Pantheon, or you're just waiting to get the lethal declared from the side of Penas and then just flash freezing.
Right. I mean, yeah, we have to get this flash freeze out. Gives us a tiny bit more time. You know, this Pantheon isn't as scary as it has to be. Means they can't win now as well because they can't catalyst. Man, it does come down to what are we going to top deck though, because you have to have a string of like certain cards that are one going to threaten your opponent, and two, be quite removal heavy so you can actually swing the game into your favor and stabilize by killing their Pantheon.
Yeah, but now look at this play. Like now you still kill the Trundle because you have single combat, and next turn you can save basically whatever unit you want with you can cycle more with, of course, the guiding touch. Ooh, okay, Pantheon taking a little bit of damage, so it means drawing another that stairs from the sentry. I still don't know, because next turn always gonna level up, of course, the Trundle, and could actually challenge the Pantheon. So
Yeah,
maybe you're just killing it immediately to not have a threat.
I think we have to kill it. We have the white flame up, so we can just pull the pillar, and they don't have any potential, potential ways to get back in this game here. But Pioneer says, "Hey, no, I'm keeping the single for another potential, removal here. And yeah, Oe just whiffing hard. There's a few things you can do here. Maybe get the Trundle or Trinamere out, and then your attacks are like better with this Trinamere out, but I'm not too sure. Like, because we can definitely threaten away for lethal here.
Yeah. I mean,
If
this. Okay, let me count. This is
we
5. This is gonna be
we
a
have
10
lethal,
attack.
Grows restless.
we
Yeah,
have
from lethal
lethal
to
here with Catalysm on the Pantheon. And
Yeah.
Ollie just says, "Hey, I can't respect Catalysm. I have no more freezes. I can't make this go late. If you have Pantheon next turn, I only have a top deck Vengeance." Pioneer's here, confused, doesn't know what to do. Maybe expecting a Vile to come out on their side and just goes for it. And this will be game. We get back into the state where this is still match point for Ollie, but it's getting closer for a comeback.
Yeah, no open attack means no potential kill on the Pantheon, and open attack, of course, doesn't mean potential kill. The open attack does nothing. I think potentially you don't even develop the. I think there is the correct play might actually be not developing the Trinamere after, just attacking because the opponent has given you the action, and just try to kill the Pantheon because Pantheon kills you straight up. But even then, I mean, there were ways where Pantheon survived. There were ways where actually your Trundle gets traded down before. So Owie trying to play as best as he could. He got into the late game, that is to be said, but Paynas played very, very well. So the out and at the end killed the FTR deck list in one single Cataclysm swing. But I agree with you. Like I would have much liked if Paynas like held on to that Bastion to get a cleaner lethal, because that would have been a very clean lethal if Bastion would have been retained.
Yeah, I think so. And now Pioneers here has kind of the bringer of bad news to any control deck, and that's a Rally Pile. Rally Pile notoriously beats FTR. The thing is, you have to have your Ruination in this matchup. But if Pioneers plays it well and they keep narrow as possible while also threatening, it gets really dicey and hard to play on the side of Oli.
Yeah, and look, now we can just play the buffed Sculptor, and this Sculptor is gonna be a 3/3, so not even under the Ravine, and buff everything that comes after. Or you can just play the Asmus. Okay, this is actually pretty interesting as a choice, because if you play the Asmus, you say, okay, I'm going for the buff line, I'm going to put more chimes into my deck, buff my unit, buff this bird over a potential, threat of the Avalanche. Instead, he is just gonna go for the open attack for 6 damage. 6 damage are a lot done at turn 2. I mean, very lot, but all we know is that he cannot afford to use the flash freeze now, because he has to retain it for later turns.
Right. I really like the Sculptor out as well. Basically, because if you can make anything out of certain ranges like Ravine, it's gonna be horrible for Oli. Because then you need multiple avalanches, and if you get it up to 4 health, you can't
Wait,
even
is this...
against Whale.
This is so close to lethal. We play the Asmus. Next turn we go for the double Petty Set, and okay. The only way I think it's not lethal just because there is the sentry on the side of Owie. This is a lot of damage. This is 1/5 Petty Set Broadwing. And also the
Right.
other Petty Set Broadwing is gonna be 1/5.
So the sad thing with this, so if they go wide enough, right, we're taking 5, 6, 9, 12. You're going enough 5. We still have to respect this idea of Ruination. Interesting here, doesn't play the Sentry, waits to see what they do. They overdevelop. I'm assuming the Sentry is going to be played, and we're going to be hoping for Ruination.
I mean, this is lethal, so you have to develop the sentry, because this is lethal. So this is exact lethal. I mean, you can survive if you do Withering Whale or if you freeze. But basically, it's declaration of lethal on turn 4.
Wow, it just passes.
Oh no.
Oh, this is... Wait, what is Owie thinking? I don't know. I like the... You can't Ravine here.
Now, Ravine plus Withering kills a lot of units.
Right, but you just did here, so you had the Ravine before.
Yeah.
You have to Flash Freeze here, and now you don't even have an out for Ruination. if you did this and then have an Alpha Royal Nation, they actually have a potential for no refill. Ah, this is so intense. We have to just heal up.
This is
We're
scary.
down to 3. I don't know how we come back from this. We really need
think
that top deck Royal Nation.
I think saying that this is scary is undervaluing how scary this is. Like, to
This
be
is
honest,
doomed.
this is exactly. I was about to say that this is basically doom. Because how do you come back from this? Like, two passes at Broadwings can, like, they can survive everything, and one can pull, and the other can attack, and you cannot even freeze it.
Yeah, you can't Royal Nation. You can't Ravine Avalanche. You're doomed. You're
And
doomed.
here, I think we also play. I think we're fine into playing the other Patrick right now because it's gonna be a 4 attack cost, 4 health anyways. It's gonna go down to 2, but then you can sharp set if you need it to buff it and get lethal. So I think you actually play the unit now and you don't even care, or you play the Poppy. If you play the Poppy, it's very interesting because you buff everything the next round in open. Maybe you actually play the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, we're going through this, and it's just like
Poppy
it's
loses to
doomed.
Avalanche. Because Poppy loses to Avalanche in theory.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter anymore. This is just game.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I really don't. Wow, what a
Yeah,
turn of events! This Bard Poppy deck really came out of nowhere. Just got popular recently, a day before. Everyone's bringing it in. Holy moly! What a turn of events! This is super fast.
In fairness, like one game was 2 games were super long. Like the first and second game were really long. I think you can agree with me that they were very 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 long. But this third one, the final game of the series, actually, Owi wins in 1 second, just GG, and there is nothing else to do. Like Valve is like Withering Whale does not solve anything. This is just gonna be the end of the game.
Yeah. Well, what a turn of events. We thought this match was going to be close. The first very match of the day was a bit rough, but Pioneers here, understanding what you have to bring and definitely must have scouted, must have knew that Owie was going to be on control and pinpointed it to a point where Demacia, pretty good. And that's what we're seeing.
The Masi are pretty good, yeah. And I tell you, if we were in the series of Deep Saskat versus Watch the Heroes, like where because I don't know if you know, but Ketezaz plays in Deep Saskat. I think Pinas would have had some things to tell you about the Masia, you know.
Yeah, but like, yeah, control pretty bad into Demacia. And we see it right here.
No
That's sadly what it is. Ollie here gonna figure out any potential way to just get in this game because it's all the stakes, right? We win this, we go to the finals, but you're just slightly off. And yeah, it comes down to Sequoia. Really well played on Pinus's hand while also just having a steamroll of a of a luck draw. I don't know what else. Triple Petricide into Sculptor into everything.
Man, this is the nut draw. This is the dream of every Demacia player against Control. You just go super wide, the opponent cannot do anything against you, and this is just gonna be GG. And as you mentioned, this was the match point for Owi. It's lost. And now Pinas has to win against Sokoi. Sokoi has to win against Pinas. Next series is gonna decide who goes into the grand finals and who goes against Deep Saskat to play for the 3rd spot in the league.
Right. I'm really pumped. It comes down to literally the last match for semifinals. These players want it, and they want the big prize money in the finals. So yeah, these games are gonna get even crazier when we see Sequoia versus Pinus.
I'm telling you, Sokoi versus Pinas, game 3, something's gonna happen. I'm predicting the future now. Nostradamus. I don't even care. We are going to game 3 in the finals. But that being said, there is still 5 minutes to wait for the grand finals to happen, guys. We're going to a short break. For me, I have to drink a glass of water because we shouted a lot in this game. This was a very 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 interesting game and super super quick, but got a lot of emotions there. So we're going to a quick break, and we're back for the last game in the series, Sokoi versus Pinas.
Peace. See you soon.
And welcome back. We took a short rest to prepare for the fifth and last game of today, last best of three between two great players like Sokoi, which we didn't see today play until now because his team was so good that brought this to game 5, even though the opponents tried to close the game before to game 3. But in the end, this came down to game 5, so Sokoi has to play to win the game. And on the other end, we have Paynas that won in a very, very clutch way the series against Owi.
Yeah, and game 5 usually comes down to the best prep. So depending on Sequoia's lineup, if they prepped it well, they knew what their opponents were bringing, and this looks pretty good for Sequoia. I think
Yes.
they must have did some prep and knew that they were bringing Pantheon, and look, here it is.
The Pantheon crashing lineup, just go wide. If you cannot beat them, become like them. So you play Pantheon yourself, so you have potentially the mirror, and in the mirror, we mentioned it multiple times, it's about who draws like more tools to get Pantheon level up faster, who draws Pantheon, of course. Yumi is a very important factor to go super tall, to immediately start putting the opponent in pressure and to make the opponent block your units and to take value trades. And of course, then we play Draven Scion, which is historically good into the Massia, historically good, especially into decks that go very, very tall because it can swarm pretty well. It has the challenger units. Like it plays Boom Baboon, so you can challenge the units away and push damage and finish with burn. And of course, we mentioned it multiple times, Winding Light. This is one of the strongest decks in the meta, and I feel like it may be the ban.
Potentially, you're not banning Pantheon. I know that for sure. You kind of can't. Maybe you just can't though, because like you understand that your opponent's trying to target Pantheon, so you don't want them to have like just 2 free ones, right? So
Exactly.
depending on Sequoia's list, if it's not ticked for the mirror, which I doubt it's not, because why would you bring anti Pantheon? You'd have to leave it up and just hope that they don't draw as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 50-50. If you go for the mirror, you go for the 50-50, and you have to play the other matchup better. Uh, the mirror is not something you can really have that much of an agency on, especially with Pantheon mirrors. But instead, we go, as we mentioned, we ban one of the decks that have the better matchups into your lineup in the Draven Scion. Draven Scion super resilient, can go super wide, has a lot of value into the Lost Souls. And I think that's especially the reason why it got banned, because it can also counter Demacia pretty easily. And on the end of Sokoi, he banned Painus's Viego Elise, Noxus Shadow Wilds decklist.
Right. And we see 2 buys on Sequoia's side. Just so you know, that is a Victor. So this Aphelios Zoe list is running 1 Victor, slightly getting a bit more popular than the buy, partly because you get a 0 mana card and that initiates a lot of your Nightfall, and it's another solo carry, especially if you have Winding Light on an attack turn. But yeah, this is interesting. We're definitely going to be bullying the Pantheon. I need to look at the list, but if it is a mirror version, they're probably on multiple concerteds, an extra hush, and either maybe like a what's the 4-drop? The 4-drop silence card. Usually that's
The
quite
Blinded
common.
Mystic, the Blinded Mystic.
Right. Mystic is quite common in the mirror as well. I personally like Hush because it's a burst speed, you know, almost a burst
Yeah.
speed combat trick that really stops up any potential when they single or concerted on the opposing side. But yeah, it honestly comes down to like Saga and Yumi diff as well. Like if one person has Saga and Yumi and you don't, you're just behind. Pantheon should be good into Poppy. But if you go wide enough and you have challenges that don't die straight away, I can definitely see Poppy winning.
Yeah. I see maybe both players queuing up the Pantheon list as their first to immediately deal with the mirror, When there is this kind of series, like all or nothing, you just queue down for the mirror immediately. That might be the play. So because you want to get rid of the random factor as fast as possible.
Right. Um yeah. So like This is gonna look decent. The Aphelios Zoe is also pretty good into the Poppy Bard. So yeah, Sequoia just looks like they were really targeting Demacia. Really well scouted, and it might honestly come to the last game, and
Yeah.
this is what it's gonna come down to. Who's gonna win and get to the finals?
Yeah, especially since in the few past weeks I've seen a lot of triple Demacia lineups. Also last week Lear won the fight night with triple Demacia lineup, and it looked really stable and really strong. So it makes sense that Sokoi, also researching what Pinas and 2.5 Men would play, have targeted the region. Like it's a very strong region at the moment, can be splashed with almost anything. And we know, like, also for example, Ilaoi Jarvan is also a very powerful deck, and it runs Demacia. Like, so it makes sense to go specifically for Demacia counter.
Right, and here we are into the game. Sequoia brings out the winning light. Aphelios Zoe. On Pinus' side, we have a decent starting hand. We have the Sculptor, and then we have pretty decent challenger units, which is really good in the matchup.
Yeah, especially since the Swift-Wing Flight also keep up your card generation, because they give you more challengers, more cards in hand, which is very, very good when you're playing Demacia. But instead, they decide to mulligan both of them away, and in fact, he finds a pretty good curve.
Yeah, we get this curve out finally. Seeing the one drop here is really nice, and we have over time, just getting more challenger units is really good against this deck because you value trade, and then you just can keep putting up that pressure, and that's how Aphelios Zoe really struggles.
Yeah, here's Sukoi, who doesn't have any unit to play comfortably. He's gonna go for the Pale Cascade discard. Ooh, this hurts because you also draw into a card that you cannot play early game, you cannot play in the next few turns, and also is not a discard fodder. Ooh, I like the draws are really punishing Sokoi.
I completely agree here. So we can get Aphelios out, and we know on their side that they don't really have a good challenger unit. This Mystic here is not bad either. Interesting. Sequoia doesn't even go for an open attack, doesn't want to get sharp-sided away. I don't know if that's correct. I kind of want to see the sharp side. We see the Sculptor down, and I think we're going to see the Mystic come down and hopefully not make the game snowball. We I don't want to see this game snowball, right? Like that's not fun.
We have seen out games for this deck and snowball last game, We have seen a pretty good snowball, and it basically is Penas showing off what this Demacia deck can do if let run rampant. So Sokoi literally does not want to let him do that for sure. And now Pinas with engine, less in hand, same number of cards than Sokoi, cannot block this attack, because next round is gonna have the but I think it's gonna have the beard plus the Bryce Steel on the Fleet Tracker, taking one free trade.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're gonna see. We're just gonna try and apply pressure as possible. Good news for Sokoi, that gives you some room to actually play a Furios and get your value out. We're a bit struggling here with our units, so getting the potential to actually find like Crescendum into another moon weapon is really good. Yeah,
We're still gonna be punished though if we go for Aphelios, just because we don't have discard fodder. So we're basically gonna discard a quote unquote good card. I think discarding the second winning light though might be fine, because it rarely matters. Even though against Pinas list, maybe only one winning light attack is not gonna be enough.
I completely agree. I think you get the one out like out of here. You only need one really to try
Hmm.
and win the game. Um, and it's all about kind of keeping up with the mid game. Because if they steamroll your mid game and you just don't have units, you're gonna really struggle to do anything. Like you can't really go for the control route to win. You can't really go for a tempo swing because you have no units. So yeah, it makes sense. You're probably gonna be discarding this, waiting for the attack and playing a Phyllis.
Which would make absolute sense. Now, Penas is, however, taking a free value trade now. Sokoi thinking a lot about their lines though. Thinking really a lot about the lines they're taking. We see
Right?
the timer already ticking for them. I don't think the timer with this kind of decks that we see in this series is gonna be that big of a factor, but still, it's pretty interesting to keep track of how much time the players have on their timer.
Protect and strike.
Right. I really like this as well. Not making the 2-1 attack here, saving free damage is very, very important. Calibrum here is also interesting. I guess we're removing the challenger or removing the 3-2.
Yeah, now from Penas we are in the 50-50. Okay, let's see the 50-50 on the chime. Who does the chime goes on? Two
Ooh, did
chimes
that
on the
just hit the
beard.
bird?
Yes,
Oh,
two chimes
that
on the
is
beard.
not what you want to see as Pinus. Even one on the Vanguard just makes your life so much better here. Freedom's, Aphelios. But yeah, not having that actually makes us Aphelios and maybe stabilize the mid game.
And this is what I mentioned when I said that this deck that Pinus is playing actually is very reliant on the chimes hitting the right targets, because then you can start snowballing the game. You can start having like a 5-4 or 4-3s challengers that you can play for 4 mana. You can play 2 of them and start challenging your opponent's unit, getting value trades, getting all the opponent's board off, like killed before the winning light can come in. And I still think Pinus can do that, but it's gonna be a little more difficult.
Yeah, Pinus can definitely do that. We're having free challenger units. I think maybe we're just thinking about sequencing. Like we're maybe birding into Durand here. I really like that. It threatens this idea of not attacking at all. Only with like elusives. Not that you would attack with a Fearless, but yeah. Also, Calibrum becomes like, less problematic for you. So I really like the bird into Durand.
Yeah. Both players thinking about their lines a lot, and now okay, so Koi decides to go for the Calibrum, and it can be punished now immediately by a Durant play, which does not come through though.
Right. I still like keeping up the Durand. I think this is nice. Main reason is because you want the 3-2 out. The 3-2 is going to threaten the Cephalios before they can grab them, right?
Yes.
Obviously, there's counterplay like a Pale, but if you're not getting value from that Pale, then it's, a bit better.
Yes, you're making your opponent play 2 mana to give a unit +1/+1, and still you could draw like some of your spells. You could draw some of your outs. Or you could just potentially go a bird, as you mentioned, but still, this kind of play, maybe it's better. Bird, though, would guarantee you the chime on the next draw. But like we have already so many chimes in the deck that I don't think we are reliant on that. And it's a
Right.
4-3. So 4-3, no, it's a 4-3. One chime also went on that, so the Pale doesn't even save Aphelios now.
Yeah, that's completely right here. And we pick up the other Vanguard. I think Pinus really understands that all you need to do is just remove the units. So it doesn't matter how it doesn't matter what you pick there. You just want as much bodies as possible.
Yeah, I think you full
Also,
swing. I think you just
yeah,
full swing. You don't care if Bird is traded by the Poro. You are happy if Bird is traded by the Poro.
right. So it's still Sokoi's turn though. Wondering why. They're probably thinking about that Poro. They play the Poro, maximizing damage. And I think they're just thinking about next turn. To the point where they're saying, "Hey, I might be losing my affiliates. How do I deal with this? What am I doing after that?" But yeah, not looking great because we're gonna just see just so many units just be lost here, and that's really not good when your deck is all focused about tempo.
Yeah, I think for Penas though the reasoning is pretty simple. I immediately go for the failure skill. The opponent has to have double Pale Cascade, and I don't think we are ever playing around double Pale. And you know the opponent has Graviton, by the way, so there is no way you're not open attacking.
Honor guide me.
Right. And Parnassus realizes that doesn't really matter here. Forcing out, just the trade with the Fearless is gonna die. What are we gonna do after that? Maybe some Dredger? There's like your hand's so awkward because you don't want to discard Winning Light. You also don't want to discard your other Poro. The Gravitum's pretty nice as well. I guess we can. I guess we can maybe Poro into Pale, but and trade something off and get another, you know, Moon Weapon if we discard it with the Poro Cannon. Maybe that's the line.
Yes, the line would be. Oh, yeah, but we get a random one. Ah, no, we do get a random one.
I think you'd want a random one here. I don't think Gravitum gets any more value outside of this.
Yeah.
You don't. Do you get a random one? There's a specific way this works, and I
I
forgot how
don't
it
know
works.
the ruling. I literally don't remember the ruling, so I'm sorry about this. I don't remember. But yeah,
Right.
especially thinking about this, we even punished even more this kind of block from Sokoi, and as you mentioned, we go for this play, and I think we just want to kill the 4-3 now. Ooh, and
We get a
apparently it's
Gravitum
not
anyway.
random. Ooh. Oh, maybe it's not random because we phased into Gravitum before, so we are phased into Gravitum yet.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
do
thing.
think that's how it works. And another complexity with Feel is that people miss here, and why it's really important to do certain things first. Uh, and look at this, you know, Sequoia was waiting for that potential to kill the 4-3. However, gets punished, not punished, but just unfortunate luck there. And Pioneer's here trying to run with the game. Sequoia needs to find something good here. Heavens, anomaly could be the potential. We could find a ruination, maybe
You
a
always go
Uri
for
denies.
anomalies. I think you always go for anomaly. There is an argument for progress day, but you cannot play it next turn. You cannot play next turn, so I don't think it's ever gonna be the choice. Exact anomaly, you mentioned it. You can find the atrocity, the ruination, but even ruination, you cannot play it next turn. It wouldn't help you that much because then the Painus just open attacks and kills all your units anyway. Maybe it's progress. I don't really know.
I think we have to go anomaly here.
Mhm.
We go anomaly
Yeah.
and Vault Judgment. Not going to do anything this round. But yeah, we have to anomaly go super wide. Hope that they overdevelop because they're not playing around, you know, this weird one of, and hope we
Oh, it's
find
your card.
removal.
This is in your honor. This is in your honor, actually.
We see a great card, Suncost, one of the most competitive cards in the game, had the highest win rate at one point. Wonder why, but that doesn't matter because we're in the game of Sequoia versus Pioneers, and it's doing absolutely nothing. Sequoia here doing probably what I said and just going wide as possible, and
No.
might be falling under this idea of, hey, I really need a removal card. Getting good chip damage as well. So it's not horrible. You're getting decent trades here. The Vanguards aren't actually doing much. You need to hold them for the chimes. So you're probably going to get the 2-4 out. But hey, we get this out anyway, and we're just trying to find pressure here.
Yeah, we get the two of the elusives down before the winning light can come in. We trade almost everything on the board. At least we are gonna try to. Ooh,
He
this
just removed the anomaly.
this was disrespect. This was disrespect. Extreme
Sec-
disrespect.
Yeah, I don't know about that play because our hand is now very timid, and we can get multiple things there. You know, we can get progress day again. We can get even more draw, trifecta or something. You know, we need to find refuel because this board isn't actually threatening from Pinus,
Yeah,
right?
we could even find like Barry Denies and just try to win with his wing, which would be super pog, honestly.
Yeah, it's like the Lunari is not doing anything here, and then when you remove that potential to do anything crazy, you can get back into the game. You can even find harrowing. Like Pinas is actually not doing really much here. You know, they're actually just trading 1-for-1. They're not getting any value trades at all. But we're just behind. You know, like well, the anomaly would have just been so much more flavorful and a potential to win.
Yeah, and Pinas knows that every single turn he gets more and more chimes in his deck. So he gets more uh, probabilities to get chimes and to outstat us and to get less damage from to let us get damage from us from our winning light. So that's super important to note. I think now immediately you play the Duskbringer. I think that's the obligate play, and you might even go for the get excited immediately. I think there is an argument to go for the get excited on a unit just to play immediately the winning light next round.
We can still just raw play Chompers. Not a great play, but yeah, like this is awkward. Like, because if they have even more units, we don't want to be like killing off the free two. We also it feels bad hitting it face. So yeah, it's like a really awkward spot. But it looks like Sequoia just waiting here. This Victor, this Victor being in a really interesting spot where there's no leeway from both players could really put you back in the game. Uh, Time's running out. Sequoia doesn't know what to do. Plays the Chompers here. Has the Lunari into the actual Dust Pedal with the winning light. Oh, this is we don't want to be losing a card for no reason.
Is this lethal? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if it's lethal. I'm trying to think if it's lethal. It's gonna be 4, 3, 7, so 14 plus 4, 18. 18 plus 7. No, it's not gonna be lethal. It's never lethal.
Yeah, it's not lethal. It's almost lethal. But you have two 4/5s. Well, 4/5 and a 3/5, and you just get chumped here, right? That's the problem. Your other units don't really get you there. You can pull one though. Hold on.
Yeah.
You pull one. So yeah, you
can go
deal.
very close. You can go very close of lethal, but you're not into lethal range quite yet.
Yeah, so you deal one here. You're dealing 4. You're dealing another 2, 5,
You just think it's
7.
23
10.
damage.
You're dealing 10. Are you dealing 10? Is that lethal?
Reason time. No, our reason time. No. Oh yeah, it's little with the. It's little
Get
with the.
excited.
Get excited. Yeah. I did it too. It's not little in open. Like it's not little in open because it can be, but it's 12 damage. Yeah, I didn't think about the elusive actually. I didn't think about the elusive. I thought about we could block the elusive and we could go to 4, but we cannot go to 4. And this is gonna be lethal for Sokoi. Sokoi getting the first game of the day, the first game of the series. 1-0
huge.
for Super Sprout.
That means your Pantheon can actually get into another good matchup here. Problematic if we lost, because if we lost to this Bard deck, the Bard deck's out of it. The F Zoe deck still has to beat Pantheon, and then your Pantheon deck has to beat the Mirror. But this gives us a saving grace, and also gives a chance for Super Sprout to win the whole set. Not happening now, but we'll see the Get Excited for Game 2 just coming up.
I just know the hero's around here somewhere.
Yeah, and this was a clutch play from Sokoi at the end, finding the exact combination of cards that needed to get the lethal out and Penas losing the first game. Super Sprout up 1-0 in the series that will decide who goes to the finals.
Right, that's huge. Here's crazy. That's how crazy the set was. You just see me become Tintin. But yeah, absolutely crazy, right? We had we needed a win against that Bard, right? Basically because I think Pantheon has a pretty decent chance into it. Just historically, Pantheon should be good into other Demacia decks, and then yeah, getting Zoe out of the way is always good.
Yeah, one problem Pantheon can come in, of course, is to get swarmed on. Because, of course, we know Poppy Bard, especially if you eat the very pivotal chimes, can swarm you super, super well. Because, of course, if you get the 3-2, like if you get the 4 mana on the Silver Wing, you get 1 chime or even 2 chimes, you get 2 4/3s for 4 mana. You get an 8/6 on board, and with 1 you pull, and with 1 you push damage. It's insanely strong potentially. But
Right,
here,
and
Penas deciding to go for the mirror. It's
yeah,
all or
and
nothing.
Sequoia here being quite conservative with their mulligan. I really like that mulligan. We have Hush. Hush is a mirror breaker. We have basically the great curving out with Protector. We have that Saga Seeker. All we need to do now is just find Yumi.
Yeah, Yumi, which is in the end of no players at the moment. Fenas, I think he's just gonna wait to play the dragon on turn 3. He's just gonna take 5 damage now, I think, to play the dragon, and with the dragon you have a lot of ways, or you can just go and chap block now because the dragon can come in next turn with a spell backup.
Yep. This is also good because it threatens an idea of sharp sight and also pale. If Sequoia was hand reading, you could have a decent read on pale. Because you would rather just play it on one. There's no other reason not to, but the only reason to is because of the pale. So it could be a read on Sequoia's side.
Yeah, we see the dragon coming down. The dragon also could be a mirror breaker if we saw the Yumi. Like Yumi plus dragon is so good. Just because this dragon gets super super big and it basically goes out of control immediately, and whenever it gets a value trade, it's basically another fated proc. So it
Right.
it grows even more. I guess will we see an attack from the dragon?
I don't know. This is really awkward. I don't think you're in a position where you want to be procking, and you're in a position when you don't want them to be procking either. But I guess so.
And if you attack, Sokoi just passes, I think.
Mm. Yeah. I don't like attacking here actually. I want to keep up mana for next turn. Just because it's my opponent's attack turn. So like, I'd rather have more mana for next turn. And if
Yeah.
I'm just doing that to trade procs, I'm not happy with it.
Yeah, honestly, Sokoi has such a good hand, especially since he has the Pantheon coming down next turn. Of course, doesn't have the single combat to get full value out of it, but still Pantheon with barrier is very difficult to answer, and especially the first turn, it's basically one guaranteed swing that's not gonna be blocked.
Together, stranger.
Right. Interesting. We pre-committing this? I think so, just because we want to keep going wider, right?
I don't know if we
As
pre-commit. I don't know if we pre-commit the sharp side. I think we are fine taking damage because we are dealing the same amount of damage to our opponent's unit. But okay, pre-committing. We are forcing. Yeah, we're forcing the Pearl Cascade.
yeah, I don't hate it because like we do need our procs to keep going, right? And we know we have Pantheon in hand. Uh, Pantheon can also break, so you want to assume your opponent doesn't have it. But yeah, we kind of need to find a combat trick for the next turn though. That's the only problem.
Wait, we could do. Okay, I was thinking, what does happen if we do single combat against the 1-2? We go. I think it would have been probably better singling the ones, because it's the same exact thing. We proc the Fury. Let me think. Because Fated still procs, so we kill it. We go to 4 attack, 5. We deal 1 more damage.
Yeah. Single combat is important though.
Mhm.
If you do go tall, because you can remove their units a lot easier and also potentially remove Pantheon. And especially with Pinus's hand, not having Pantheon is very very problematic. So yeah, I think you need to kind of go tall as possible and have these singles as good backup.
Yeah, and based on ends, yes, Pinus has a much bigger end, has 3 cards of advantage in end sides. But Sokoi has its win condition, while Penas doesn't have the Pantheon and doesn't have the Yumi, doesn't have any way to grow taller without committing more and more resources. Now, he could go for Zenith Blade on the Dragon, which would also let him block any kind of threat, but that would lose super hard to single.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can play like you have to play around single here. There's just no way. But your other plays are awkward. Like you just play Petricide and then what? You lose out on a trigger. I think you have to lose out on a trigger though. but Pioneers goes, hey, you don't have it. And
The
they don't.
broken ball play. This is the broken ball play. If they have it, they have it.
Yeah, it's not horrible as well because like you can figure out, like yeah, if I'm losing a shot single now, I want it to happen now then later. I also want to have an understanding of like what am I doing with this game, right? Because like if I lose my bro and I take this much damage, I can still try and scale out and change my game plan. So I don't hate it. Definitely something you might need to do as well, just because you're behind. So you have to play a bit more for the riskier line.
Yeah. On that I agree. Like if you're behind and you know that you have to win, like pure and based, on sheer luck, you have to hope that the opponent doesn't have the outs, and it's pointless to play to play a line that ultimately leads to your defeat. If you want to play for the win, you have to take risks.
Yeah, 100%. Very fundamental in card games. When you're behind, gotta go for more risky lines. When you're ahead, go for safer lines. And Pioneers right now, a bit in a safer position than normal. Looked a bit scary last turn, but thankfully the no single combat literally meant that they're back in this game. And there's a lot of interesting stuff here. So Koi, maybe considering here just to level up, Pantheon in the following next turn with a top deck. Uh, maybe not. Maybe plays around something else. There's a lot of potential here for both players to do.
Yeah, Pantheon mirrors, man. Pantheon mirrors. Who gets bigger wins, but also if you are very, very big but you have no Pantheon, like the Pantheon slot machine can just kill you in one swing. That's so crazy.
Right? And Sequoia, if they go for the concerted, they have to somewhat respect the single. But single doesn't get much value, right? Because like if Pioneers goes for the attack, then it gets really awkward on them. And I think that's what they were thinking. Pioneers here, snaps pass. Who's scared of the concerted? And now we have a bit of leeway from Sequoia. We get the Petricide here, and we're going a bit wide. We're doing wide, not the best because we trade down our board and it's not the greatest, but I'm not too sure what else I'm going to do with this hand. What do you think, Zero?
Ooh, I think you had to somewhat get the advantage of the barrier because yes, yeah, there were very scary lines if Pinus attacked, but I think that you have to force to force Sokoi's end because Sokoi has only 5 cards, and any cards you force out of him, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot because it means that it's one less card to buff Pantheon when Pantheon comes down. It's one less card to rally. It's one less card to Cataclysm. So I think you kind of need to force the hand because you're not safe at the moment. But yeah, in the other end, like I cannot say Pinas did something wrong passing there because I mean he used mana. He basically burned all of Sokoi mana.
Right, this is a very low power game. You could maybe justify only playing the Saga here and keeping up like concerted hush just to like slow down the game as much as possible. Doesn't really do much with this board, sadly, because it is low power. Um, but yeah, that's the only real line I can think about. Otherwise, then we're getting into a really weird stalemate that we don't see. We normally don't see this here. we don't see Pantheon becoming a normal Demacia deck and just having decently statted units going wide, right? And the thing with Pinus is there's rally in the hand. So if they play it correctly, they get some value trades. This rally can be very, very impactful and lead to somewhat of a traditional Demacia mirror.
Yeah. No, what I'm thinking is any time that Sokoi goes for the concerted strikes at the moment is going down. He's basically going down on he's not respecting Ash anymore. And that means that the concerted strike never has the effect because of course you're gonna always get the yeah, if we think about these concerted strikes in practice this is not gonna have any effect because we are just gonna be able to concerted and I think get the better of these concerted strikes, maybe. Let me think.
If we're doing this, at least we want to be doing it with the hush, right? Like
Yes.
that's the play. So I think what Sequoia did is they played the pitch side and then they thought about it and they're like, hey, I actually need a concerted. There is not much play, like there's not much counterplay that punishes this. However, I'm pretty sure
Double single punishes this, but I don't know if you want to invest double single. But double single punishes this.
it can. We have to assume that our opponent is on sharp side because you single the 2-3 and then you just you single the 2-3 and then you would have to single the actual man. You would actually have to single
No, it doesn't
the
matter. No,
5-4
it
that's
doesn't even matter.
attacking.
No, it doesn't even matter. I think I don't know if you ever survive even with double single. I
No,
don't
no,
know if
you do, because you would have to single the own 5-4 that's attacking. That goes up to 6 health. It trades, and then you single the 2-3, the other one with your 3-5. But the problem with that is it loses the sharp side.
yeah.
But man, if that happened, I think you just win the game because you have that rally. Oh, what a weird game this is happening here. And now we're on the actual. Now we're actually pressing here. Pioneers is actually down 6 health already, and because we got a favorable trade by that, consequence of maybe not taking the riskier line with double single, we're pushing a lot of damage, and Pioneers' hand is becoming a lot more problematic than Sequoia's.
Yeah, because we don't have anything basically to continue our aggression. Yeah, we have to keep the Broadwing to trade anything potentially. But yeah, we only have the Saga Seeker as a potential play. We're gonna do that next turn, and from there we have to rebuild. But I don't know if you have enough resources to do so. And the rally comes in from the end of Soko.
Pioneers gets the other single combat here. Not what you want to see. We only have one unit, the Petricide. And I know it's a dragon, but you can't ride this one to victory, sadly. Because you have nothing in your hand. And Sequoia here, this rally into Pantheon is scary. I don't know. It's not winning you right now. And there's some counterplay. We have to think about like maybe a Pantheon, maybe if they have concerted. But honestly, I think you go for it, and you're saying, "Hey, is this going to be it? Is this going to be my win? And are we going to the finals?" Seeing if it resolves here, and it does resolve. You can't do much here. Pantheon just waiting to be played, having so much power on this point, and that mulligan hold of like keeping it in your mulligan, it's gonna pay off. And even though Hush isn't, just as a backup means you're never gonna lose this game. And yeah, we're gonna just see the Pantheon get played, and I don't know how you really win. Maybe the singles or something potentially, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is getting into a very scary situation here for Pinas. I don't know if you can come back into this game, especially since Ash is the biggest threat of them all.
Are we just scared of concerted? So what we're doing is we're trading this down. So we just play Pantheon and then attack next turn. I actually really like that. Because the only way we ever lose is if their hand is like some weird Pantheon stuff, right? And we just can't. We don't like roll tough or we don't roll spell shield.
Yes.
So yeah, this is actually really heads up by Sequoia. Sequoia going Super Saiyan mode knows that this is the only trying to play safe as possible. Thinking of every potential line to do. And yeah, passes here, takes the 6, and we're gonna see this Pantheon up with a Hush backed up and this Pale.
Yeah, and I think this is gonna be game. I don't think there is any way for Penas to come back. Maybe there is, but I don't see it right now. I didn't really see it, especially because with Ash, that Saga Seeker is gonna come back to be a 1-2, and potentially if you single using the Petricide, of course, it's gonna lose the keyword, and of course it rolls both of the keywords, and it's just gonna be GG. There is nothing to do.
Yeah, so we got Spell Shield. We're getting +2 on this. So Pioneers just doesn't have a good hand. Oh man.
Nope.
You
cannot
could
do anything.
rally. like rally single. That's like rally single single. I don't know, but then you just lose your whole board and you have hush.
Yeah.
Is that like I think this is game. Like it might not be game right now, but like what else are you gonna do? This double single won't
No,
kill it.
super single doesn't do anything
Yeah,
because of
is
the
a spell
barrier.
shield. Yeah, you can kind of
Embrace the
block, but like
quiet of
you
your
just
life.
you,
Full
you just
of
pale and you're like
peace.
chilling. You can't really come back for it otherwise.
You the one.
Yeah, you have to block
Together
You have to
we
block Pantheon every time, simply
And
because it
yeah,
gets
dealing
stronger with Pale.
dealing 4, you can just pale on the Pantheon. If they try and kill something here, you have the Hush as a backup, and you can double single. But the thing is, you'll be able to pale, and then you're probably just hushing the Saga here, and that should be game because you're
Okay,
dealing 5.
if you are Painus now, you should single combat not from the saga. You should single combat from the.
can
No,
stand
I don't really like this play. You could survive, but then no, you can never
No,
survive. No,
it doesn't matter. The Hush
never.
deals
Yeah,
exactly 5 damage anyway.
yeah.
So any chance to like kill the 3-2, kill the I don't know the 6-5 or whatever, it literally doesn't matter because you're dealing exactly 5 damage, and that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sequoia takes it. They're going to the finals. Super Sprout beats one of the most elite teams in the league, and this is it. They're going to the finals, versing washed up heroes, and what an amazing set! Like you said, game 3, no, game 2 played perfectly by Sequoia.
Yeah, game two, really a masterclass on how to play Pantheon, especially in the mirror. Yes, we can say Pinas didn't draw as well, but Sokoi, it was literally no mistake from his side. Literally he played by the book. So clean from him, and I'm so happy for them because Super Sprout, they're all insane players, of course. Also, 2.5 men, they have proven themselves multiple times in the community. They are amazing players, but here Super Sprout taking the win, taking the series, it was super close, but in the end there was nothing to do for the Spanish team. I
Yeah,
think we're gonna have them soon though, even in voice chat for an interview.
yeah, I definitely want to interview them because they played super cleanly. There was like one or two rough spots, but overall, from Gouda to Oe to Sequoia, they played as hard as they could and tried to just not lose, and that's the beauty of card games and seeing them unfold into perfection and great gameplay.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And we saw a very solid meta though in this kind of games. We saw a mid-range meta. We had yes one aggressive deck into the Gene Annie, but all the rest basically it was just solid mid-range.
Yeah, and talking about the players here, we're getting them right now. Welcome, guys. How are you all doing?
Hello, hello. We're doing very, very, very good.
I see.
On est
We
en
won.
finale! On est en finale!
Yeah, congratulations on this qualification to the finals. This series, man, 5 games. It was tough.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really, really was. But everything went as planned. I went first. I beat Donald, and then we just got a huge advantage out of it. In this format, if you win the first best of three, you really have a great advantage because then even if your player loses, you get to decide who goes. And yeah, it was really back and forth, and Sokoi managed to pull it off.
Yeah. Man, so Kawhi, how are you feeling? Like getting the win, the decisive win for your team. How are you feeling?
Um, I'm feeling great, but I think it's a teamwork, and I just finished. I had really good matchups, and um, maybe I didn't play um, the the matches um, the most difficult matches. So I think it's a teamwork, and um, I'm just glad that I could win. Um, and yeah.
Right? It
Yeah.
was really well played. I'm actually interested in your lineup, Sequoia. you brought Pantheon to target Pantheon. What was your strategy for that?
I just wanted to have a deck I was comfortable on, and so I thought that I could just bring Pantheon because it's just a good deck, and it's easy to target the mirror with Pantheon.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Comfortability always helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of comfort. Like we saw a lot of decks that actually are played in ladder quite a bit. Like we saw the Viego Elise being played at least by 2 or 3 players this series, and it's very very prevalent deck in ladder. And we also saw Owi your Thrall deck. Like you won a very clutch game with that deck. How did it feel?
Tu l'as dit?
Comment, ouais, que la game de Thrall que tu as gagné, comment s'est passé? Comment tu te sens après, pendant et après la game?
Alors, contre Pénaz, j'étais censé perdre du coup, donc c'était plutôt normal de perdre. Mais la game contre la game avec Thrall était inespérée en fait. Et je sais pas si c'est une erreur qu'il a fait du coup, mais ouais, je pensais pas la gagner parce que Panthéon revenait au tour d'après. Et derrière, voilà, cet OTK était fantastique.
Okay, I will translate now. Against Penas, I didn't expect to win because he had his Pantheon that was going to come back a lot stronger. But I don't understand what he did in that decisive turn, what he was scared of. So yeah, it was a surprise that he managed to pull that game off.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely was. We saw from the caster vision it was a little bit of a blunder, but of course it was a very high pressure game. Like also the time was ticking, the timer was ticking for finals, and like pressure is very hard to handle.
For sure. So I thought very hard about that play that Penas did, and I actually found an excuse. So he really wanted to kill the Lissandra to maybe play around a second Lissandra in hand, so his Pantheon could smork next turn. Because if there was another Lissandra in hand, he would just entomb him.
Yes.
I
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that makes a lot of sense. It's you have to kind of rationalize it, right? And just
Mhm.
watching those both unfold, where we entomb and we entomb before we like, we ice shard before we like entomb to do that later, was really funny to watch because we took so much damage and then Pantheon healed up as well, and then we won anyway, which was like really hilarious to watch.
Mhm. So in that play, I was watching with the Sokoi, and we actually didn't notice it. I only realized it after I watched on the stream after the game finished, and I saw the chat. And even when the chat was calling it out, I still didn't realize it. So I think it's the pressure because like it's very very stressful, and like even us as viewers, we were very stressed and we really didn't saw it.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
and yeah, so it's just high pressure games and stuff like this happens.
Yeah,
Now,
and that happens. Yeah, like it's all about attrition this format. And one thing I want to talk about this format, Guda, is did you expect to go first? Your lineup seemed very very versatile, and it seemed like it was targeting a lot of things, or to just be good into stuff.
Yeah, that's my approach most of the time. I just take solid decks that can beat anything. Unfortunately, my Viego fell a little bit short. It was a last minute decision, but I don't regret it. It actually got me the first best of three. But yeah, overall, my strategy was to just be a very, very solid player. So if we ever need someone to go first, I would just offer myself up and go first.
now we know who you're gonna face in the finals. I don't know if you know, but you're gonna be against TA Washed Up Heroes.
Oh, it's the
Yes,
Germany
it's
team,
the
right?
German team. It's the
Yeah.
German winners. They're
Mm-hmm.
they're the European winners until you're gonna face them, and maybe who knows. But is there anything you wanna say to them before facing against them?
I'm coming to get my revenge from EU Masters. We're coming for you.
Okay, okay, very strong words here from Goda D and the Super Sprout team. Any shoutouts you want to make?
Yeah, I'll just make a huge shout out to my teammates. Really, really, like we started. I started off as strangers, and we really came to become really good friends. Really huge shout out to my teammates now. I'll let them give their shout outs now.
Mm, maybe to the LFA team also because they lost in the last weeks, but they helped me. Uh, they always help me with with the game, and it's really appreciated. And I think I can give them a big thanks for that.
And me, I want to shoot out Sergi, Sir Donald, and Penas because that 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 are very hard match and very interesting. And thank you, man, for the match.
Oh yeah, shout out to the organizers for this
Yeah.
really good tournament. Very professional. Everything, really everything is perfect. I couldn't say a negative thing about this. It's really a good experience, and yeah, thank you for the organizers of the tournament.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. It was an amazing win, really. It was really amazing. But I think we are gonna. This is everything for today. I think we saw 5 matches for of the best Legends of Runeterra we have seen so far. I think in the Runeterra Aegis, and we now know who is gonna face off in the finals, and we are gonna face off in the third and fourth place finals. So I think for today is everything. And do you want to say anything anymore? Any shout out?
Nah, just
No,
you all played great, and it was really fun to watch and fun to cast. And I'm glad to see you all in the finals, and it will be a great watch to commentate.
Mhm.
mhm.
And so for today is everything, and we see next week for the finals of the EMEA Aegis League. See you next week.
See you, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.